Hello everybody, we are live. Today we're doing visits. Yay! And there's nobody from Singapore. They're coming all the way from Singapore. There's nobody here. Yeah, they're coming soon. I'm a visitor.
Can we put all this stuff on here?
Singapore.
Right. We put all this stuff on here. Yeah.
Should I write books?
Yeah, bring on. Yeah, bring stuff. Huh? Yeah, it's a cucumber. I'll have both open. Sort of show both and I'll just
It's a double thing. It's a plane. Hey, Riley's.
yeah, it was this one.
Just excellent.
So you're already done for the person who's going to.
He's coming.
Oh, really? Oh, wicked. That's awesome. Good work.
Why are you
Very
here?
well. Yeah.
What's that plan?
Okay, because what I want to do, you know, the HPV, I don't want to put huge amounts of documentation, but the kids are making videos,
Yep.
2-minute videos.
Easy.
So I want to be able to scan the
Show you,
video
yeah.
and then go straight to, because I
You
want it
go.
to be attached to, they said it has to be attached to a blog or, I don't know anything about it.
Has to be attached to a website.
Or a website, so I
Or a
want to
YouTube video.
attach it to our Park website,
Easy.
yeah?
You go to this website, Google URL shortener, and you paste in forwards. Paste in any link there, and then it'll come up
So how do I
with the video.
No, how do I make the section
For
on
the
our
website.
website?
Okay. What we can do is put a link to Google Plus page for that. But to do QR codes on it,
Yeah.
paste in a link here, and then you go
The link
details.
is to the web page that you're talking about.
Yep.
Okay?
And then you get this, and then you get like all these stats, place some links to it, but you get the QR code. Print it off, put on anything, scan
Yeah, I
it.
want to put it on the try, put it on each of their documentation. So
Easier.
if I network with you, you do that.
Yep. Yeah. Oh,
Okay. But you're going to be busy.
Right, these guys, and then we got, the EAL kids, something in that as well, but yeah, we'll fit it into something else.
Yeah.
Just one.
Then for a Wednesday morning.
Wednesday mornings I've got EAL, so like now I'll set up, but I can't be early with these guys.
But in the future, because I'll have HPV guys, and I'll be this there. So can we just network across?
Yeah, sure. If we go,
Oh, this lunchtime
can
you
you
have
do it
the-
like near the EAL room? The computer stuff? Yeah.
Computers that said documentation. So you don't have the EAL in here?
Nah, like they're over there now. I just have to set them up with the Google.
This one. Do you have the lights maybe?
Yes.
Well,
Sure.
I'm due to win the past, so I'm raised the guests and
We've got both up here.
it'll only take about 10 minutes to talk.
Okay, cool.
Get this current read and
Yeah, well, I've got the other one.
then we can go into that one. But we did change that.
I
didn't
don't. Yeah, we can change this one.
The only one.
Oh, the only watch, is it?
Yes.
The only watch.
So Singapore, alright.
Oh, oh, that's awesome.
Sorry for the interruption. This will be the only announcement this morning. Can I have all cash bags to the office as soon as possible? Mrs. Annabelle, could you please contact the office? All cash bags.
Dow Chemical, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Mrs. Annabelle, could you please
On
contact
one
the
of the
office?
meetings, she told us that she helped make like 12 different lines of like polymer and plastics. And stuff.
Wow, that's crazy. Oh, yeah, that'd be really cool. That was recent.
I was thinking maybe we could have a conference with the
I got the Singapore group coming in here now. Yeah, definitely. That'd be awesome.
Oh, look, she's cool.
Hey, she was swimming. Oh, an honorary girlfriend. So, hey, if you're looking for a name, down the track, swimming.
What about
Nice, cool. For technology, I reckon swimming is the best place to be seen.
I would be an engineer.
Yeah, for engineering. So they're the first unit for like EV vehicles, like say electric vehicles, electric driving. Pretty cool, and like consider like driving around the area. So we're good. And they put so much money into that facility. I think that's the place to go for sure. Hey guys, hey, we've got the Singapore group and now how you guys are in
I'm going to see where we do it. Where we do it.
you know,
Do you have like the, do you have the phone video of that?
what?
We have opened it up into the potential. Areas in the literature, so
Yeah, we can see it. We can see it from here.
Where's the other one? This is like you guys not getting by yourselves. No, not this morning, buddy. Because we've got the visitors coming in. Nah, I don't know. The weekend, if you wouldn't mind, let's just go over to see Miss Hanson for me. Because I've set up the EAL kids to do a Google Doc. Can you help them?
Can I help with the visitors, please?
No, it's all right. I don't need any help with that. So they haven't got much on. But if you could do that for me, that'd be a huge help. Because I'm meant to be there this morning.
Do you want me to stay with them?
If you could, just to make sure that they're all on track and draw. I think they're going to draw a different.
So what they're doing right now?
I think they're going to draw a map of the country that they've chosen together, but they might need help actually doing that. Thanks, buddy. What was that? What do you mean? Yeah. Well, do you know why it's important? But there is important because school and online, school and school.
Yeah, how much?
Money.
No, but how am I supposed to get my
There you go.
get my work?
Where's
Every
extra amount of money?
Kieran,
Oh, she's working.
the photos are fun.
Okay. Well, they're coming down. Oh,
It's just like full work. I was 9 that's the so this is the one that I have the type the exact thing. You don't have you looked? Yeah. What? And my name is Tiana, especially in the very oh, we do it every day. We're going to have like a slide and yeah. So you have a nice tonight. I can get it done if you want. 2 weeks ago, what is it? What if you want to add one? You keep it. What if you want to use it because you don't want to talk? So now it's going to be Why the hell did you not say second? That's it's a 9 TI. So you need to put that Give me all the money. Give me like a $1,000. Give me back what? Slip on me, grab that tree, gonna get knowledge. Like, you need to pick up a phone and like a little bit of reach. What? Yeah. Still low, to say it's a count. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this one is one different thing. You know what cure it is? It's coming. Is that live? This is live. Yes. Oh, kitty. Okay, I'm serious.
Wow. I guess that's really nice. Oh, I get it.
I'm back from it. And where?
Creamy, so you guys all your Patrick Griffin, because some of the guidance you have to do it. It's all due by Friday, so you have to stop whatever you're doing and go straight on to Patrick Griffin and do the literacy and the numeracy. Miss Campbell, who's in the unit, has your colours. If you ask her, what's my colour, I'm going to do Patrick Griffin. So I don't care whatever else is happening today, you just have to do it. All right?
first. I don't know. Ta-da, I know you. I know you. And orange. Yeah. Wait, why would I say that? No, I didn't mean to say that. I didn't say budget. I don't know what it is. Please, I did not mean to say that. I did not mean to say that. I did not say those words. I'm serious. I don't know if you're serious. Oh, God. Oh, there should be a little service button at the back. There you go. Here. Sure. Right here. Not it. I did not see that. I'm gonna be serious. Wait, what was the reading in university? I didn't even do two types. First I did orange and then I did red. Yeah, that's what I had to do as well. Orange and red. Then what was the reading? My reading was orange. Well, yellow. I think it was yellow. I think I remember seeing it completely yellow. Yeah, but it's sometimes different. Because I did red and then my friend was pink. It's different. And I had to do line for I think that was the hardest one. That's crazy because it's like, no, yeah, and I'll bring back others. Sorry. You can do her. Holy, it is hard. Feels bad. It is hard. And then that means where's the easiest for yours? No. And then silver is the easiest for the green. Holy moly. I think she actually did perfect well. I think I did orange. Yeah, I think I did orange. I did orange, red. I did one. I did orange, red, orange. Oh my god. No. I have oh, yeah, can I move it like this with your head? Can I move it with your head? No, I wish so. Oh, you know, my family actually has one. But when I get a laptop, my phone image, then he can put the CBS in as well. Use my turtle, give me a praise. I don't know.
face. 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 Oh, laptop. Should we do laptop? How many touch to do this? It's big and slow and dull. Actually, it's very well in laptop. Which? You know what? Why don't we do that? What the hell? Look, I'm in the thing. Yeah, yep, the only time I'm doing that while I'm looking. What is this? Hearing people? Yeah. Yeah, it says stop broadcasting live. I'm in trouble. Okay, so yeah, I seriously I don't need the computer because I need to go on Google Drive. Well, this thing is slow. How am I going to see? Yeah. You're just here. I'm sure we're going to do one. Or doing the last two. It's probably frustrating for a whole 10 minutes. So let me try to do it. Oh, my creative one.
So in here, the example, which is also kind of autonomous learning student areas that you can work in. So do you guys know what Enigma missions are? No. Okay. So basically, what Enigma missions are deep thinking projects, and so what you do is you pick a subject you're interested in, like astronomy or space or like the human body, and you do a lot of deep thinking about that, and you can't go on a base where it's only internet. You have to go to professionals, emailing, going to at least 1, 2, or 3 professionals, going to peer knowledge, teacher knowledge, books translating into own words, and then you have to do bibliography, which is referencing where you got your information from. It is compulsory to put the information in your own words so that it's not copyright or that you're copying someone else. This year I'm actually doing psychology, so the brain studies, like how the brain works and behaviors. It's a year-long project, but you usually start in year 1 or 2. It's still going on for me. I have a partner, and right now we're not even.
What does psychology got to do with space and astronomy?
Oh, so it's really different, but a student or group of students have an interest in something and they research that. So my interest is like psychology, and then some other students space, the body, yeah, the education history, yeah.
Okay.
And this is called
In this room. This is also where they do code version.
So what is the I don't know what? So what Angry Birds video about?
Pardon?
What Angry Birds video about?
Pardon?
What is the video about Angry Birds?
In one, so
Yeah, I'll show them the video.
yeah.
So this is a task that the teacher set us. So if you wanna
Welcome to Enigma Mortal. Your task as a member of an Enigma mission is to explain the great paradoxes, conundrums, and mysteries of our existence.
you guys hear?
Don't let the name fool you. A black hole is anything but empty space. Rather, it is a great amount of matter packed into a very small area. Think of a star 10 times more massive than our sun, squeezed into a sphere approximately the diameter of Melbourne. The result is a gravitational field so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape. In recent years, NASA instruments have painted a new picture of these strange objects that are, for many astronomers, the most fascinating objects in space. Although the term black hole was not coined until 1967 by Princeton physicist John Wheeler, the idea of an object in space so massive and dense that light could not escape it has been around for centuries. Most famously, black holes were predicted by Einstein's theory of general relativity, which shows that when a massive star dies, it leaves behind a small, dense, redness core. If the core mass is more than about 3 times the mass of the exploded sun, the force of gravity overwhelms all other forces and produces a black hole. As members of an Enigma mission team, your task is to seek out the great mysteries of our time and uncover their secrets so that others may learn from your research. Your mission, if you accept it, is to learn all you can about black holes in order to present a lecture to students interested in the subject. You are strongly advised to seek the help of experts in this field of study. As always, you are required to prepare a video of your findings to be placed on the web in our school Enigma file. You are also required to report weekly to mission control with regards to your progress. The code word for this mission is ergosphere.
Yeah, and then that's just for one subject, so that's for black holes.
Okay. So there is different subjects.
Yeah. But you can
the one that you're doing now is on
psychology.
Psychology.
Yeah.
So what do to find out?
So your
The mystery is psychology.
it's essentially that. So you find the mysteries and try to uncover them, but also you don't go onto the surface level of research. Like you find the deeper, like for example, the chemicals in the brain. What are they made of? How do they affect you? And things like that. But I think we are presenting in 1 or 2 weeks. I'm still at the researching point because it is a big project, but we do have to come in here, so the students come in here and they sit on the chair or sit on the floor, and then you by yourself or your partner that you're working with make a presentation and you basically lecture it all. But then sometimes Mrs. Vine, the vice principal, she actually asks you to throw away your notes and get the students to actually ask you questions about it, and then kind of feed their curiosities, and they
How about you? Are you involved in
I'm here at Enigma mission Nikola Tesla. So about Nikola Tesla is like a guy that invented electricity, and now I'm going to study about how he invented electricity, how his idea solve, like how it made a difference to our world. And yeah,
So this is a mystery as well.
yeah.
And how is the final product number one? That wasn't good, because it was very clear that you have a user and take part in that beauty dance competition. I thought about this in my project.
Well, what you do when you're finished,
Yes,
everyone sits in here
yes,
and you present it. So you stand at the front
yeah.
and you talk about your presentation. And you talk about like with no notes, you have to memorize all the words.
Well, just with little notes. It's not
Like
all.
Yeah. And then and
So
when we do that, just this is not we educate everyone.
how do you use the feedback for students who should get how to think about the project? Good, what to improve on.
That's why they give us so they're right. Is it good or is it bad? Like what they
Yeah, like constructive feedback. So what do they need to improve on, or what's wrong, and how do you
I'm a classmate, sit here and I'm giving the review. So we are presenting with it. Oh, yeah. You know, it's tighter, something like that.
Yeah, and then if you get something like some constructive feedback, then you work with that until you're confident with it.
And then it goes out into the bigger audience. So last year they did something about osseointegration, which is, do you guys know what that is?
Integration, I mean,
Like when you lose a limb and then like a robotic, and they researched about that. And because we have someone called Tim that comes in, and he actually has 3, and he's got 3 robotic legs. He's the first person ever in the world to get 3, and he also has 1 big eye and 1 big arm as well.
how was that experience like? You got to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's I don't know. It's
I don't know. Yeah.
yeah. It's like a guy survives a train run marathon. Yeah. So that's very like
Yes. Yes. She comes in quite regularly.
Yeah. And we do sports outside sometimes just come to read with us. Yeah. And he
And how does this experience encounter a conversation with this team? This was actually impacts the perspective of people, who have other learners and all.
Our teachers, they don't really give you a paper and read on it.
How does it impact you in a face-to-face encounter?
I think it's more experience and your views on the world, because our project in 5-6 this year is actually making a difference, and some students are raising money for the homeless. Some are raising awareness about breast cancer, some about young moms and pregnancy and the risks about it. Some students are doing a peace garden for because not a lot of people, racism happens a lot. And so what they try to do is make a peace garden where everyone can come together and, there are also other students that are making school businesses to raise money for something they care about. It's more experience that impacts your learning as well. Yeah.
So how has the perspective changed? Oh, that's a big question. I know, but it seems that you guys have to change your mind and your opinions on people.
Quite recent, I'm actually doing my Taking Action project on homeless people. Yeah, Taking Action project.
How many projects do you do?
We have 1 big project a year, and then we have 1 medium project and a couple small projects, across the year.
Also, a big project would take a year.
Yeah.
A medium project would take a 12.
Yeah, and then
Small projects would take about 15 years.
We also have a thing called Student Bank. It's run by the 5-6s, the year 6s, all the ladies in year 6. And what happens is they work as a group to they're like a bank. So let's say if someone makes their business, they give them money, like a loan, let's say of $50, and then they have to pay like $70 or $80 back to the bank. So whoever borrowed the money has to pay like $80 back. So that's
when you get the money.
We partnered up with the bank,
Yeah.
the Commonwealth Bank, which is a leading bank in Australia, and we partnered up with them, and then that's how.
And so when the students they borrow the money, what do they do with it?
Well, first of all, the business. You have to start the business. You have to plan the business. You have to plan what you're going to do in the business. Like
You sell
now,
something
yeah.
online, or you're going to
like my business is about smoothies, and I'm selling healthy smoothies. And I'm going to be selling smoothies for the whole store next Wednesday.
we have gone back. Yeah, you thought we were
Yeah. And then I have to come up with a plan what I'm going to do, how I'm going to sell them, how much ingredients I need,
And how much profit are you going to make? How much you can sell each for? Your ingredients list. Yeah. Yeah.
and then when our business gets approved,
We do a lot of higher level things at this school.
Can I ask, so basically, I would then summarize the school's approach in your school is basically, project work.
Deep thinking, taking it to another level, expand your knowledge.
yes, it's not just about thinking about service thinking. It's thinking about like deep.
You're thinking.
Yeah, it's not just the surface.
And taking responsibility for yourself.
Yeah.
And we're a very independent school.
Yeah, I can see that there's no community.
Yeah, there's a teacher in there, but
He just supervises.
Yeah.
Because it's like very self-run, you guys are owning everything.
Yeah.
And you have the autonomy to do that.
Yeah, and the teachers also take our feedback, what we can improve about it, and they try to accommodate us with it, so it connects with our learning, so that we're comfortable with this.
Do you like school?
Yes, the school makes it very interesting. It's
So how do you learn about, what do you mean by it's about service?
So service.
What's the meaning of that?
A lot of other schools, they do like the basic things. So let's think of it as an ice block and water. So on the top you can see it, but at the bottom you can't. It's all dark and everything. That's what we try to do. We don't try to touch the top of the iceberg. We go down to the very bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you can see from the water level and above, that's surface. From the water level
So you're
down,
saying that we're going deep into the
Yeah.
issues and not just touching the iceberg
Yeah.
and try to treat the symptoms
Yeah.
and hit and go,
Yeah.
We're going deep,
yeah,
solve the problem and
Yeah.
take actions
it's
that
a
will
very
there's more lasting effect on
Yeah.
the problem. Okay.
because
It's not service.
Okay, so do you all like actually caught all this? Like how do you all, what makes you so inspired to run all this project?
I think it's more personal experience and the stories. Yeah.
Stories?
Like a lot of our students are refugees that came from another country from war, and then so we have one student called Fazila, and she came from Afghanistan where there's a lot of war, and there are a lot of mums and children that have no education that are what 5 or 6 years old, and they can't get enrolled to a school because they're not a citizen or something like that. So what she tries to do is sometime in the week, a couple of days, she runs a class for those mums or mums, dads, sisters, anyone anyone who's struggling, and she runs classes on English and how they can improve it. Yeah.
So can I say that you're more inspired by their stories?
Yeah.
That makes you want to be an impact to the environment,
Yeah.
to the community.
Yeah.
so the teachers go out to want us to make a change in something.
So a change, a real change is only when you make an impact to your community.
Yeah.
Inspired. Very good.
Alright,
Go on, here is the information.
I want to show you guys some 3D printing.
Is it in here?
Yeah, there's some 3D printing.
Yes, it's a 3D printer that he recently got this. Yeah.
And but your equipment is a little more complicated.
That's what I'm going on! I'm actually a person who's not very good.
There's where are the 32 things?
I think how you guys get organized with this one.
I don't know. We have a technician. Yeah, they're usually based but they also have,
These are the things we print.
they also take the responsibility of managing the website. We have actually,
So
it's for, we have to,
Yeah.
on top of the authority.
So some people put their animations and their brains. His brains. It's like a side of his brain.
Really?
That's true.
I mean, it's not a class. It's what you find. Yeah. It means here.
And so students look at that space.
Wow, and they're there.
One student actually sets himself a computer, get into space, and do some literally in space to learn from government.
Can we get them to do the,
Oculus is really famous.
yeah, but like it on. Like it on.
Imagine we should read IP. Oh my god, you can share IP.
Yeah, because I'm sure we're here.
Is this the keyboard? Yeah, this for the right screen.
Well, that's this one. I want to read that one.
All right.
And so I'm going to go to check. Look at you. What are you trying? Keyboards, yeah.
The one for the rest.
I think it's the other one. You might find it. We're gonna go the other one. This is on I don't like it.
There we go.
This is the first thing.
Yeah, that's the broken one. No, you want to do this one. No, see, I'm not good with these big screens.
Who is the Oculus?
Yeah.
Right here.
Oculus. Whoa, what happened to this? What happened to it? Yes. So it's basically this thing, and it's programmed to like
But
that one is right? No, it's so you put the goggles on, and when you move, it actually moves with you. So there's a thing
Very good,
where you
this
go
one.
into space, and you can actually see what's inside the space.
That's the rocket.
Hey, this one.
That's the rocket.
That's awesome.
Nothing beats experience.
Yeah, because we don't like the students don't like to give you a paper and sheet, so you learn from that. They actually try to incorporate experience so you actually learn. Because a lot of our students are kinesthetic learners, which they have to experience to learn. Okay, so you can math.
So
Try
I think you can understand what your teacher is talking about.
I'm trying to.
You need to connect it.
Not so long. Is it working?
我现在在那叫我要死了。
The power.
不想怎么叫我
I don't know, but is it like orange? Maybe like she's not good. No.
Weird.
Is it broken? Is this the broken one? No, this is the working one. Unless you know. Yeah, look, it's into the computer. You know what time is it? Like
10:16.
Is it?
Wait from the.
We spent 1 hour in. This is
So
It's okay, we're going deep now.
Yeah.
We're not just now.
What if we come back later? Yeah, so if we come back a bit later, they will fix it and then we'll just see something else.
Yeah, of course. Sure.
You can do that. Potato.
I'm gonna say. I'm not happy.
I think this is like so when we can move on to
Karen, can you fix that for us, the Oculus?
What happened to the screen?
Oh, Riley and all that we're working on fix it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
The Oculus is okay, so we're gonna move on. We'll come back later.
No worries. Thanks, buddy. Where's Riley in it? Create one of you guys to go over to 3 and install service. Okay, he read it. As well as
What do we have to do?
install certification.
I don't even know how to do that. Oh, I
Really?
We don't know.
Alright, come with me, I'm gonna show you.
Oh, we just want to say. We
It's on YouTube.
want to talk about playing.
Come on, come here. I'll show you. So, well, it's not really.
Notifications are late, and there's some people that need to go into school.
Well, it's used for that. What happened with the screen as well?
I don't know what the key was for.
Oh, okay.
Kieran. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, you, come here. See this?
Yes.
I need charcoal.
I don't know what the hell it is. That's like a GoPro. So ask your. Let's have a look at this.
It's the camera in there. Just keep it there. Yeah, it's in there, bro. I know. I see
That one or that one? That one. That's a Nokia one.
Yeah, exactly. You need it.
And there's one in there.
There's one in there.
That's the one here. Is that one?
Yeah.
You open it. Look at the Nokia. Look at the Nokia truck. I can just get on my. Get on my.
Bring.
Kieran! Yeah, we need to camera off.
I'm not yet sure.
Yeah, you have an Nokia cable here, but the water really hot.
Yeah.
You know?
Ah, what's this? Where'd you get this camera?
Oh, this is fun.
Oh, wow, cool. I mean,
Look at this.
Did you put that on your video? Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, yeah.
That would be cool. Did
someone turn this computer off or?
I just want to look. I think somebody's not working.
Somebody bring over a mouse, please, to the year 3 unit.
Yeah, that's fine. Karen, she has a beautiful picture of you.
Someone chop this thing, where's the.
No, so can you bring it over and give it to, you know where they have the Mac?
Yeah.
Just put it in that room. Thanks, buddy.
Break it.
Find a mouse that works then. Logan! There's the mouse though.
Where are you moving now?
Down.
This is,
When I go down.
yeah.
This is rude. Why have you left alone?
Yeah, I know. I can't do any work.
Where did I go?
It's better. Big stuff. Great. Because I carry stuff down.
Oh, someone's messing with it. Oh, someone's unplugged it. Yeah, sure.
Is it true?
Is that on? Someone can jump over there.
Yeah, I finished that.
Cool. Could you bring all of those first? Good man. That's awesome. How'd they go?
Ready? You ready? Ready? Man, these graphics are so beautiful. There you go, Belinda. You did it all.
It's beautiful.
All my favorite kills. I'm fine. What are you doing now? I don't know. What are you doing after snack? Who knows? I don't know how to do
I've got a list of stuff.
Do you know?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, maybe. You get those on the snow anyway.
What are you doing? Go. Yeah. Sorry to do that. We don't really need to do it. Use the most power. Kieran! Oh, it's no, it's on the wait, this like once I can see like it's better, I can do it. Okay, hold on. Kieran, it said the installation's ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sweet. It's the first one.
Come on, look, see, it said installation failed.
Hang on, dude.
Can we go to
Yeah, also, see that chair, this one's already done it. That chair, could you put it back to at the back, the soft chair? Thanks, buddy.
Put it back where?
Like with the other soft chairs at the back of the room.
Okay, how do you open this?
Yeah.
Google, they hate me.
What?
They Google, they hate me.
Alright,
So,
so
can you try to get this lesson about again? What are you guys doing? What are you doing? I just put a wire for the computer.
Alright, let's have a look at it.
Yes.
Let's erase it. You did have 12 there.
Yes. Oh! Yay!
Okay, so try it again. Try it again.
Can you see it through the back? Is that like stop?
Oh, dude, I know what. You gotta connect to BYD.
I did. I did everything. I think of everything. Hi, guys. Yeah, you can. I'm watching already. Yeah, I'm doing this one works. This one works. I don't know something else. Or so this one. No, I know. If you got more, or do you need it? Yeah.
Check it out, otherwise.
I know.
It'll have to be.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Kim. Yeah, they done such a good job. I love it for a bit.
No, that one's still not so much.
Hey, people. Alcohol. I can smell it from here. Ugh. That's why I do not put hand sanitizer on, because when I smell it, when I feel so funny.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Hello, you're cut it off. Hey, Karen.
We've got the visitors coming.
Okay, just worry about bringing my laptop. What was this one?
Tomorrow.
Oh, that's all? Oh, yeah. Listen.
Yeah, that's good.
We watched it.
Tom's not coming.
Hey, Brandini. No! It's hot! Dude! I forgot!
What?
I turned it on and then I went to hit the light and I missed my pen.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, I'm doing it. It goes shut down, silly. Don't turn it down.
Oh,
Here, do you need help with the... Look at the typing.
That's because all my attention.
Yes, that's what I go with like the grade 4 and the grade 3. Bro, that's the thing.
That's why I close the
You're
account.
a good hacker. I'm the best hacker in the world. And no, you have a computer in it.
That's why I close the account.
No. That makes me sick. If I see it, I'm gonna audit all of you to know that.
That makes me so sick. Let's get Apple.
678 views. Good. Yeah.
Thank you. Now it's all good, but if you can so we can just hold him over there.
We can do it here.
Nah, because we already started this one through. So
Ready?
thanks. Do it,
You stole my chair.
yeah. Do.
Logan stole my chair.
Do you need to plug it in to install it on the power? Just the little ones, because if they miss the line,
What do I eat?
domestic education.
You listen to the duck song.
Suggested this.
Hey, got any grapes? No, we did the lemonade. You like after lemonade? No, have you got the way? And it says,
Guys, stand over that table.
Come on, over here.
I tried to connect that this morning.
The great and powerful Frankie! Oh, it's a pencil. That's oh, Frankie. Now come to people. Thankful.
Guys, you gotta go outside.
Everyone outside. Everyone has to go outside.
There's a video. Not that. Once you can share.
They may be sort of on stuff. It's also this morning, like that.
So we haven't got copies.
Yeah. So like, you know how we do all this through the cloud, through Google Apps, it means you can have your own computer. They don't want that for this presentation, they want a USB stick. So I did all my work on a PowerPoint, computer died, and I'm like, so I lost my I had to do it all again. But
So it's a
PowerPoint there.
And what's the based on?
As
You better go to the toilet.
You just need him something smart.
what's wrong?
I'm taking the door.
You alright?
Yeah.
Secret? Minecraft, PHP, Cisco, and so just put it down there. Workshop.
That's all PowerPoint. So what was the video that what's the name? Yeah, Logan.
Yeah, so I've got two, Logan and you and Josh doing my video. So I did that. I wanted to embed them in the PowerPoint instead of it being online. So
But why can't I see that?
you can just on the PowerPoint. Do you know what I mean? It's not on the internet.
Again, the transfer from,
Yeah. So if you see how these are like everything I've got up here, it's like Google Slides, YouTube, on everything in the middle. That's all just on the computer. That's all I'm going to put on this face. That's all in the document. Do you know what I mean?
right, computers made it, yeah, the transfer from computer.
Not this computer.
So look, my casting back.
Do you know what I mean? Look, we can go look in there if you want. Or I can't bring it up here. That's all
So I'm gonna have two little computers that I'm gonna have to.
Two.
Write down some.
How can they both be there?
Hey, Kieran,
Yep,
have you seen Chappie?
I have. You should be watching that.
Is it a cool movie?
That is pretty good. It's a bit old.
It only has 2 squares in it.
Too old?
It only has 2 quarters and squares in it. And that also adds to comedy. Because you didn't say it right.
True.
You can't even pronounce the F word right.
You were.
Hi, can I please ask a question?
Yeah.
We're doing some animation at the moment.
Yeah.
And
Well,
hopefully
yeah.
everything can prove
Are you thinking
at this point, we're one of these IMAX really well.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
We used to have little webcams. And a couple of years ago, we set up a webcam on a PC.
Yeah.
And we used like rulers. So, yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
We used to have webcams. And program,
Leave my house Minecraft.
our PCs.
Yeah.
That we just click the button and webcam to take a picture. Which is the easiest way to do.
I'm trying to memorize that. So,
We used to do that as well. And then we used to use rulers to rig up like little things so that you rig up the webcam here and have in the background.
Yeah.
And that's the way to move. Because the great shoots find it really hard, they can't hold the line in place.
Yeah. So is this for stop animation?
Yeah, making animations.
Okay.
what's the website that we use?
The preps should have some cameras like what's on the
Yeah, so I was just little round and they actually had a component.
Okay.
I mean, this was years ago, this was when Jeremy, our old music teachers.
Okay. Yeah, we'll probably just get them on the prep so we can do some of the ones that we're using. In terms of software,
It was all set up and all you did on the teacher's computer was click, press button.
yeah, and then software.
I would ask if you
Yeah,
write a message text to this.
I'm sure some. I'll cover whether it is one for instance, but I'll just submit an out with everything we're doing that and
Because the other thing that we might need to do a lot of those stuff is we're going to use the sound recording. How to use it? We're going to use the sound recording equipment to record it.
yeah,
Work out how many minutes. This is great. Footage it is.
yeah,
And then work out so many photos. It's pretty good for the sound. To make animation.
okay, and then cool. Well, that's the other thing is that I haven't had any time. We've got that trolley and the trolley. They use that at some point as well. So we want to-
But that might work. What the other group started is, they're doing scripting of it, so they can move their puppets.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Actually, or that would craft animation.
Okay. Cool. Offices. But yeah, I'll have a look and see what software we use.
I'll message Kate, because actually Karen was the one that did it. Do you remember making the animation with this method?
Oh, I am really good with the animation now, so they do Claymation on time.
Yeah.
And what software do you use to do it? Oh, I just use my 3DS camera. But yeah, so I might just check and see what she wants to do.
I'll use the Mac and use the photo. Josh, what's the photo software on that?
The taking videos or photos?
It's just a photo. Where is it?
I think it's just photos.
It's just called, nah, it's like a,
Making animations.
where is like a photo app on here? Sure. Okay, so-
Photo booth is shooting normal, so maybe that.
Yeah, can we figure out what relationship with the maps?
Yeah.
This is for two animation groups, two animation group.
Yeah.
And one two groups.
She wants to go in here.
Yeah, but it has to go two groups, four, three groups, and I've got three.
Yeah, just say no, you can only go.
Awesome.
Just do it, so forget. Yeah, also, yeah. The iPads are to make a whole new image code because they're updated, but they're all, I'll just put the minimal apps on it, so you just go into the app store, pick the apps that you want, and I'll wait it so auto backs all photos of the drive, so you can delete them as you go, and it won't punch them out.
Do you have either one of these ones spare?
Leave that, George.
One of these
Yeah. We got that one, probably somewhere there. Yeah, what are you doing that actual animation?
Probably next week.
Okay, yeah, we got that one there. Yeah, choose. Yeah, well, yeah, just send us an email to really.
I'll talk to the girls and make sure I get every single language as well.
Awesome.
Awesome. Thank you for help and all of that.
Sure.
Thank you guys. Will.
Yeah.
Oh, you get the small ones, like the really big ones. You have
Yeah.
You might want to remove some things, right? What's it? Huh? And then you do the ground ball and four. One more, just one more. That should be. So we may be able to something like that. I like actually read it. And that is not strong. What? Speed. Click one, standard one. We're not doing it. I'm doing what? And one stage. One stage. I don't know what worry states. I found a basic still three please.
Yeah.
Six, Steve. Completely free. 7, Steve. 8, Steve. So it's 8 Steve's long. I'm so hard. Broken. Yay. Remember how my video implement a piece of rock flesh. I use like this. I use rock flesh. It's so funny. And more really humiliating for me. It would be the end. Seriously, you were painted by flesh. See, like it's more funny. It's humiliating. Oh, I get then I'm looking at a lot of people die. Oh, what do I have to do? I don't do pains. those three things. Okay, get it. That's okay. I want to say that close. That is so good. I think one that something around my house on why it's like bring that. I want to still be excited every day. Like, yeah, you don't like it, right? You get that, guys. Oh, yeah. And it's the everything. You should share. Like, if we started, teachers after snow, I've seen it's one good. Yes, how to learn how to read. Read like your life. Read and read. That's cool. I'm gonna get it back. Yeah. Unless you have one. Yes. This is one time talking to someone about talking visitors. You start talking to someone. When you get in,
Yeah, sure.
okay. No. Where's your name? What? What? Lucia Tapper. They're very territorial. So you go and have Taylor and
Yeah.
no, I don't have Ted. He lives in. Sorry, not he wrong. He was protecting Helen. How do you get in the I don't know. But I just show you one level up. And but how do you have it? Like get her out, but I don't know inside her tank. Yes, very basically. Like you can like this is say like I'm going to tea. I really don't work. Yes, I need with it. What is that? It'll try to get it. It looks so cute. That looks like not like very. That just looks like a giant silverfish. You can do a silverfish action. They're above that. What do you think? Yes, but have you read that? You have more things, right? You see it? I'm sure we I say, happy birthday. Something to say this. What's the same thing? Because if you say one, then should have gone to every second. My resell again. So I read card and I listen. The last time mine came. I am doing. I'm running a good here. You've got a dog, you're a lizard, you're a ferret, up there and listen. A dog. What else do you have? You. Do you have any of that? No, that's just not just I think you should listen to how you territory. No. She just legs. I like that thing. It runs around like a crazy thing. And that thing. Now, you know why? My birthday could get like a guy put something that you could take food to the fish. I wish I was reading the narrative. Yeah, it is narrative. I'm very narrative. Yeah, it's so good. I'll be back. It'll be bad. It'll be bad when you see stuff. It's like you know, you start with battle from you to it's wrong with your computer. No, you don't get arrested for having looked around diamonds from someone else. Yeah, I know, but I don't get arrested just because they're wearing it. Okay, that's good. I'll be back. Right, go to the outside, just go to the more, sit and do it. No. Here, is it working now? Did it install? Well, well, look at this remote. Look at this remote. You're gonna do the job. Look at this remote. The keyboard of that. Whoa! Where does the plug in come from? It's not looking like. I love this bread.
Turn all the way back. Okay.
Alright, so,
Karen, let us connect this to Bill ID.
yeah, good.
I forgot my MacBook. You can do that. You just do that. Like, automatically.
I don't think there's any way to go around that thing, because we look at, the inbox, it says that,
You know what it was? That's good. It's not about the purpose, you know, is it?
I tried last year. I did, because you moving from Gmail to inbox, it's like, oh, it's a big change. Then I use it again now. I think I really like it because it's it puts everything, group things together, and it's easy for me to look at things.
Usually, what is, I'll show you. They did it.
Because I got so, personal Gmail, and my hot emails, and brother one.
Brandon, I'm also mouse.
Oh, God.
That's what I need.
Yeah.
I can see it now. Yeah. Most right. I can find yes.
Another button.
Yeah.
I want to come out.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Let's see. All right. Photos.
That inbox?
Yeah. This is good. That's amazing. So if you go into settings and do add another email address, and then if you do look for insert address, this is Gmail.
It's on the Gmail, yeah, I did that.
Yeah, Gmail. Okay. So it should when you do photos, it should get a drop down like this instead of at Gmail at one part of the world.
You just have to be here.
I'm just finishing up the, all update. Things done. Put it in the system.
Just had no English, this.
Yeah, but that's it.
You're having some Just a question. You know that you need to put in
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, there was the last day.
Yeah. Somebody said, have you asked him whether he wants to continue? And I said, no, I just took it for granted.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
that's all right?
Well, yeah, I did do the whatever is required for the.
Good.
And
Ah, you can show him what he's going to do.
it's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I wait. Yeah, it's on the. Probably.
Asking me, you're the fellow that tells me what I can do.
Well, for example. All right. You can get a name from.
Yeah, it's a, yeah, there's a thing, okay, it's on the, department, job, job. Education department, yes, what's it? It's one of the educational, one thing is that once it's not still got trouble making things data injections. So that's okay. So
I'm gonna ask. Hello, Steph. I would be on the Hello, Steph.
Then come with that. No, I'm doing
Yeah.
Yo, not. Ladies, you're the hundred visitors. Is this live?
Yeah, right.
So, and also we have a green screen, and you can see, and we also have, the floor is actually green, but, we just cover it up with the mat, so it doesn't get dirty. So, we have something called the Nibron portal, which is over here. We will play it. I'm going to put it now.
Yeah, it's a lot of it's just the name.
An implementation change in the way they have representation in other ways. We have opened it up into potential areas of research. There's a book that somehow connected that to and we want to reach the students to branch out to bring about new perspectives, new pathways. I started the book I Am Malala. She actually taught me, like, with one human being on this planet, a lot of things can happen. Starting from my mission, as with mental health, I realized a lot of people are actually mentally ill. I wanted to be homelessness. This is what I'm actually confident in. I went down to a few banks. I talked with people, and I had a little conversation and I learned about the story. At the moment, I am creating a film which will have my voice available on the day, and that's my goal, is to let people know how to help so I can encourage them. The project I'm doing is an mission on space exploration. I actually go into observatories and I want to work from people there. I really wanted to show the people at school what I've seen from the telescopes, and just anything that I think is important that comes from NASA that people see.
Many of the students shifted dramatically from their previous thinking to these quite mature, very deep, very thoughtful
way of seeing the world and themselves and others.
I read a book called The Hunger Games, and the main character is Katniss Everdeen. Her life is full of poverty and unfairness. We had a life for her. So this that the Bible is about like fairness and democracy. And then I was thinking in my head, how can I change the world if something is unfair? We thought of the idea of numbering countries because we think after finding out the prices that we're going to make it next year, we thought it shouldn't be that sensitive to people and hello. We can't do anything about it to change it, then we'll just create our own.
And the 6 themes are all highly connected and interwoven into the character development through action. Collaboration is the where they're constantly challenging each other. Creativity learning and the thinking process. Critical thinking.
No, it's not.
Clearly, a resident, yeah, I don't know what's going on. Say my name. What did I say?
It said stop saying your name.
Oh my god. I guess.
I'm coming with you.
Hey, Nolan.
Uh,
Hey, Nolan.
I'm asking you a question. Who pressed play on that when these guys were here?
I did.
What did they say?
I did.
No, what did they?
Why did you press play?
Okay.
Stand or trend. That's all. That's all this is.
Josh Green now.
Yes.
Yes, I'm running to me.
What do you
What?
mean?
Well, because then I can get. Then I can.
Okay, you guys can jump on the map.
Is Josh running to
I didn't think so. It was
I'm just making sure.
Riley.
Here.
Riley.
Here. What's up?
No, I do it.
Yeah.
I was trying to be there.
Would it be possible to replicate that? Would you like upload
Yes, yeah.
Josh is running here.
Yeah.
I can only he's later on.
Hey, Kieran, look outside. Look out. What's this?
You got Josh, bring these, and then
What-
one comes to Salon,
What's
and
this?
then Darren.
What's this?
Sorry, I mean, this.
What's this? Linda.
Is this one done?
Linda. Linda.
Stop shouting, man.
I have to get it off. Can I say something? I'm right there. It's not me anymore. It's you. I don't know.
Take one.
You need to take it without replacing Cool.
I'm gonna take these off.
Yeah. What needs to
This one's not done. So you guys gotta do this one still.
We can't work in here at the moment. We've got some people, well, okay, you can work very quietly here. All right? But, okay, is on working. Everybody's looking at me.
I'm not sure what to say.
What have I said?
Be quiet.
Work quiet.
Can you guys bring those two up to Mr. Lyon, and then that one, Mr. Lyon? Okay, we're gonna leave that, we can't, you guys can't be in there, because that door keeps opening, closing, and it's crazy. Just get it up, we'll bring it out.
Leave it up and just have a look.
Yeah. So, I think, there was two that we did, and then play for the video,
Who played the video?
I don't know, it came out on his phone, you know what you.
What's
Sandra
it?
translated.
English.
Who did?
Sandra translated that. Wow, why are we so specific?
Can you explain?
Sandra can ask the visitors if you come up and then said, well, here was it there, we'll do the laptop, she played the video.
You working?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
So,
How come I didn't, no one's going with Josh to bring those videos?
no, I'm doing this. I'm doing this here. I'll do this. It's charged. Here, do we need a plug in? It's like charged, they're all charged.
Yeah, so you plug in, and power on, so if you unplug it, it's not gonna work. Very. So that's the new one.
Kieran, how did you get the netbooks to work? How did you get it to install it?
Alright,
What do you guys do? You know when the one that said installation failed? What did you guys do to it? Like, how did you get it to work? No, it's not just anything, but what do you guys do? How did you get it to work?
so,
Where was the
alright, so again. Alright, so you want to go on?
Meeting what? Meeting down. It's probably one of the most difficult to look at people. What?
It's Jamie.
No, right now. No,
Oh,
Kieran did this search it up.
What are you looking for?
His password.
well, yeah, because it's been like,
What is?
we're doing a JavaScript and, oh, it'd be my turn, because he shared it with me. Huh?
Script.
Script.
He said script.
Just log into your account.
How is soccer? No, how is soccer?
I got killed. I go to Camille your bachelor.
Okay, so just show me what you did.
He can't even keep up with which one? MLK. And can't even keep up with
Nah, well,
That's what Belinda told me to do. What did I say? Joe wanted to do. He told me to click my How do you take that?
Okay, so that's on the camera. So you just go, when you're ready.
I know what to do.
Well, it should be this.
Now take they're gonna have to take it at a fish pond.
Oh, take it, sure. Actually, there's two guys in there, we have to look for it.
Are you gonna write? I could get.
Molly, let's take it at a fish pond. How to fix it?
So,
You can't?
you should be able to.
How long's your presentation tomorrow?
Yeah. So, go
So are you taking students? Do you decide not to?
You can't. It's too unfair.
That mine one we can, so that's the next one.
Yeah, I'm going with him to my
This
mom.
one they said, yeah, I think next year, because it's like last Friday, they let me know, so see you tomorrow.
I'm going to my mom with him.
What are you doing?
You're just looking around. I'm waiting for them.
Because I'm very conscious of you back to you.
It's funny, people in there now. Yeah, so. Brendan.
Brendan,
Brandon.
Brendan, you've got 30 seconds to convince me that you are working and not just being around 30 seconds.
Setting up the travel, setting up my preparation on the next flow, so I was just waiting for her to go on. Take him on the.
I'll go back one second.
Last time I said, the last time was like, now.
And whatever point you're on the school, once it's three birds, just.
And I mean it.
Just wait.
Just sitting around like that does not impress me. It should be mine. See, Brandon, you can have the book. You got a book you're reading? Is that your book that you're reading?
Yes.
Or put yourself in a place where it's easy to read and read it until. Good. If it doesn't look good to me. I just. How do you do this? Josh.
This is right.
More like, you heard the eyes. Yeah, you can. You can your eyes by radio, it's not like. Sure, I'm finished.
Oh, after a long time.
That was 2 hours.
I'd like the hour you suggested.
How long did we take on that?
Well, it is now, I'd say you've taken 2 hours and 10 minutes.
That's why I said we should be here 3 hours, 3 hours.
Wait, it doesn't have all that list.
Long as you
And
walk.
it's basically
Thanks,
like
Peter.
a race,
Sandy,
but,
you think I'm stealing my thunder showing videos?
Me?
Was it you?
Oh,
Who was
Peter,
it?
Peter. No, that's right.
Honestly, we got any sort of snippets of that is not. I think we should, the back holes.
All right, fair enough, off you go.
Okay, thank
So
you.
we
See
You
ya.
deserve a cup of tea or coffee.
I'll see you one day and
We'll go and do
I'll
the
see
stuff.
you.
Yeah,
So we can bring it back here.
yeah.
Right, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I spoke to this person, I want to score.
Okay.
Would you like to drop your bag in that off in my office, or you're comfortable walking around there?
That would be fine.
That'd be great, actually, thank you.
All right.
broke by Samsung.
Not a Samsung.
It is.
No, it's not.
What it is?
Isn't it Android? Yes.
It's an Android.
It's Android.
Samsung.
No, it's not. I didn't have enough for a Samsung. Why? I have an iPad at home.
But I don't have any other devices that aren't Apple. So I'm friendly.
Did you put like Samsung software on it? There's Android and the same software as Samsung.
It doesn't have a Samsung. Android.
Little bigger.
What?
So you might.
What was it? Yes, like stuff. Yeah. You need to go back and say yes, try to get that's close.
So you would never.
Not his own place. Hello.
They went down.
Okay.
I'm not sure the brand because I have an Android and a Samsung.
Are you doing everything you did? Okay, check out.
Samsung is Android. What?
It is?
Yeah.
Just fix
It's
it.
Android. No, but the phone I have, not an Android, is a Samsung.
Android. So Samsung. They're all
That's
Android.
clearly an Android. That is clearly an Android.
Green.
Easy question. But you just like, oh, we can't record it. I can't what I'm saying. That's like Samsung, but it's not. It's Android. So we can't do
All these other fellows said they were not. Like American fellow. Good. Yeah.
Actually, Americans have coffee.
Same thing.
And apparently,
Oh, that's smart. That's smart.
Yeah. Exactly.
here's
Those officers.
2 p.m.
So can I come here?
Yes.
At 10 o'clock? Oh, I have to leave at recess. I don't know myself.
My mom actually thought about bringing me to school.
Why?
She didn't talk to me.
Really? How old is she? How old?
Like literally.
Oh, my grandmother that's in the water and he's still in the candy. Good, I'm a machine.
But I'm just gonna name my question. I'm out. Okay, I'll try to ask mom. No, like, no. You know what the episode is? You can show me. That was mine. I'll try and ask my mom to ask problems that he can take the big problem.
Oh, yeah, what else want to do is
So I think my grandmother wants to here, you want to
Yeah.
Georgia Hopkins is no chair.
Yeah, big one.
Yeah, okay.
Here, try also bring my father book.
Tom G. Tom G.
Hey, he's not pitching.
I ain't eating breakfast.
Okay, you're right. I have to do this time. Hey.
No, the next.
Oh, I'll put it on right now. I'll put it on one more.
When I turn it off. What?
We're gonna keep this in that.
I do. You know,
Coach Chuck.
We can see this.
Never let me thank you.
So, this is Karen Gibbons. Here's that computer.
Yes, I heard you just came up with carrots on them. That's not the problem. I'm ready to be updated by this cat.
yeah, you have.
Yeah, but here.
I can't see what I do that stuff on the table. In fact, really ask to come back later. So he won't work up the back. And we just
Well, just might put people in a position where they can see the screen.
yeah, no, it's not.
I'll just.
I'd like to just show you two short videos to set the scene. I'm not sure whether Sandra showed you any of these.
Well, they definitely have the lots.
The initial mission and the student party have one just right there.
What did the children say about Enigma Mission?
We love it. They learned a lot.
Did they discuss the background at all? Have you heard of a man called David Thornburg? He's an American who works 6 months of the year in America. He has the Thornburg Center in America, but he also spends 6 months in Brazil. He has a granddaughter who lives over there. So he actually works in the granddaughter's school. Many people don't know his name, but know of his work. So if I said to you at the campfire, at the watering hole, in the cave, does that mean anything to you? Well, he says since time immemorial, there have been 4 ways to learn. And he uses metaphors to illustrate those 4 ways to learn. The first one is at the campfire, which refers to the elders of the tribe, teaching the history of the tribe to the youngsters. And that's direct teaching. At the watering hole, when everybody gathers around at night time to pick up their water for the next day, etc. They exchange views, talk about what's happened to them. So that's collaborative learning. And then in the cave, when we by ourselves sit down quietly and the apple drops and we start to relate what we've learned to our own understanding of things. And the last one is just life itself, the application of learning to life. So he was very, very instrumental in a lot of the things that we've started recently. And after I learned of his work, he had what he calls the Knights of Knowledge program. And the Knights of Knowledge program is a program where he says to the children, since history's begun, there have been Knights of Knowledge. Alexander the Great was a Knight of Knowledge, Pluto was a Knight of Knowledge, and Bill Gates and all the great people in history have been Knights of Knowledge. And he tells the children, I want you to be Knights of Knowledge. So he prepared about 50 little videos, he prepared 50 little videos that show those up. And we'll show you an example of it. And you can take those 50 videos away, because they're on the open market now, available to you. So you can, we're going to do it now, are we?
Yeah, probably not. So if you go to enigmamissioncontrol.com, we've got this site, which we're still working on.
It's in its infancy, but the idea was to actually link ourselves to the global world.
Yeah.
So that other people could utilise our experiences and add to our experiences. I'm not sure that that's happened yet. Yes. Would you say that there's somebody that's added to our experiences or what they've done?
The Enigma missions, as in another school.
Not yet?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. So this is one of the Knights of Knowledge videos.
From Earth, we enjoy a splendid view of the full moon every 28 days. We see this amazing body so frequently that we take its appearance for granted. What we can see with the unaided eye is quite amazing. We see some areas with craters and large darker areas called maria after the Latin word for seas. These areas are quite distinctive. But when you look at images from the far side of the moon, the side not visible from Earth, the story is quite different. There are fewer and smaller maria and many craters. It's almost as if you were looking at a different object. How can 2 sides of the same moon be so different in appearance? What shaped the surface of the moon to give it the characteristics we see? In your final project, demonstrate your understanding of these causes and be sure to include the references to any source materials you used to help you arrive at your conclusion. As always, you will need to gather data related to this question, refine it into information, and then develop and demonstrate your knowledge and understanding through the creation of a document or project that can be shared with your colleagues. This message will end in 5 seconds.
There's a bit of Mission Impossible. Did you get a picture or did you note the site?
Yeah,
Yeah, but you can take a photograph of the QR code.
Or I can just go to the website. Yeah, go to QR code.
And there's the link if you want it. Oops.
Oh, sorry.
Now, when we learnt this, we've been pressurised by our grade 5 and 6, we've been the school's leadership team to provide them with what we call a stimulated learning platform. The stimulated learning platform, so the apprenticeship and the drafting of that. And the 5, 6 children wanted to know what they could have of a similar nature. Well, when we heard what Thornburg had done, we decided to make this area. There were people who wanted to call it Curiosity Centre. I was one of them. Somebody else wanted to call it the Galileo Centre. And it was up to the children to decide. One boy stood up and he said, I think it should be called the Enigma Centre. And of course, Enigma being the mysteries of life, the conundrums, etc. It just seemed a perfect fit. So we called this area the Enigma Portal, where we come into here, and we tried to make it a little bit like the deck of a spaceship. And we wanted our children to utilise the green screen, the recording studio. There's a video conferencing area in this back room here for them. Everything has to be done on the cheap because we don't have a great deal of money. Not a wealthy school in any way, shape, or form. So we actually started to make some videos. We might do it a little bit differently. We decided that we would make our own videos because Thornburg's videos there's a fair emphasis on the American way of life sort of thing. So we actually started to make some videos ourselves. And let's try the paleontology one.
Welcome to the Enigma Portal. Your task as a member of an Enigma mission is to explain the great paradoxes, conundrums, and mysteries of our existence. Why do fascinating extinct species have to stay that way? Paleontologist Michael Archer says they don't. He's working to de-extinct the gastric brooding frog and the thylacine, also known as the Tasmanian tiger. These animals could have taught us humans a lot, says Archer, but we wiped them out.
In the case of the thylacine, regrettably, we shot everyone that we saw. We slaughtered them.
Archer is a professor in the School of Biological, Earth and Environmental Sciences at the University of New South Wales in Sydney. Archer's research includes conservation through sustainable use of native resources, including having native animals as pets, and trying to bring extinct species back to life. Previously, Archer served as the curator of mammals at the Queensland Museum and director of the Australian Museum in Sydney. Recently, Professor Archer spoke to the world about his research on a much publicised TED Talk. As members of an Enigma mission team, your task is to seek out the great mysteries of our time and uncover their secrets, so that others may learn from your research. Your mission, if you accept it, is to learn all you can about the now extinct Australian tiger and the work of Professor Michael Archer to bring it back to life. You also need to assess the ethics of bringing this animal back to life. A requirement of this mission is that you present your findings to other students interested in the subject. As always, you are required to prepare a video of your findings to be placed on the web in our school's Enigma files. You are also required to report weekly to Mission Control with regards to your progress. The code word for this mission is paleontology.
All right, so at that time, our aim was to link up with a number of schools literally around the globe and get them prepared for video. And we'd share with each other. And over a number of years, we would have this wealth of video. You know, we had Thornbirds 50 and we had 4 that we'd made and we were looking to make others. And we thought the key to this type of work was the video. But one of my staff just forgot about the videos and went back and engaged the children in interesting topics. She started with telling them about a PD that she went to on brain development. And kids got interested and they suddenly wanted to study these things all over the place. And literally it's nice to have the videos, but it doesn't stop you engaging the kids and allowing them to pursue their passion. Because you'll find they have a wide variety of areas that they would like to study, from things that are very personal to them to things that they just are interested in. So there are 2 videos that have been developed. One last year, short one, they were developed by our education department as part of what is called New Pedagogies for Deep Learning. That's a program with Michael Fuchs. It's 10 countries around the world, 100 schools in each of the 10 countries. So it involves 1,000 schools. And it's quite accurate. But this is one of the videos that was prepared for that.
The Enigma mission came from the students' ideas. They wanted to be able to catch up something that was slightly mysterious, something that grabbed your attention. I'm now going about my business and I'm going to find the answer.
An Enigma mission is a project based on deep thinking, and basically you have to choose a topic and you have to research very, very deep on it, and the more deep the better.
Welcome to the Enigma portal. Your task as a member of an Enigma mission is to explain the great paradoxes, conundrums, and mysteries of our existence.
An Enigma mission is kind of like a passion project and something that the teachers will help challenge us to expand our knowledge of what happens around the world and what's in the real world out there. I chose autism as my topic because I have a relative that is autistic, and at first I didn't know anything about autism, and I was very interested in the topic.
I chose to do my Enigma mission based on the viruses, also known as the Tasmanian tiger.
Miss Ryan, our teacher, she said she would pick the students to do this project about bone integration. And so we took up that challenge and we tried to do that. But the main challenge for me was DNA. I was like so interested. I mean, learning from DNA is an Enigma mission in itself. I mean, it's not a question, it's a whole Enigma mission.
I interviewed people and tried to find out their understanding of autism, and I contacted a scientist.
I had to research about the animal and the process of bringing it back to life. I also contacted a paleontologist named Michael Archer. Him and a group are trying to bring animals back to life.
I'm not going to grow up to be a doctor, but I am going to grow up to be a computer engineer. So I don't know how genes can link with that, but with my genes, I could produce some sort of new software or something.
We want them to be thinkers. We want them to be people who can create change. People who can make a difference.
This has changed my idea for what I want to do when I grow up. And also, I wanted to try and say to the world that, well, everyone's the same pretty much. That just because they have different body parts and stuff like that, it doesn't mean they're any different from us. I think it's given me a whole new look of autism, and I think it's showing me a lot of what it's about. And I think I would like to be working on autism in the future and trying to help people with autism.
Now, just recently, there was another video produced, and this one shows how things have expanded, how the pedagogy has developed into other areas, and we're taking some of the concepts of project-based learning into the area of literature, which is quite significant.
And maybe a mission to change in the way that they have begun influencing the classroom teaching in other ways. We have opened it up into the potential areas in literature circles.
These are books that somehow connected back to interdependence, and we wanted to enrich the students with these literature studies to just branch out and bring about new perspectives, new pathways of thinking.
I studied the book I Am Malala. She actually taught me, like, with one human being on this planet, a lot of things can happen. Starting from my Enigma mission, as with mental health, I realized a lot of people are actually mentally ill. I wanted to do homelessness. This is what I'm actually confident in. I went down to a food bank. I talked with people, and I had a normal conversation, and I learned about the story. At the moment, I am creating a film which will have my voice over what we've done on the day, and that's my goal, is to let people know how to help so I can encourage them. The project I'm doing is an Enigma mission on space exploration. I actually go to an observatory and I learn a lot from the people there. I really wanted to show the people at school what I've seen from the telescopes, and just anything that I think is important that comes from NASA that people should know.
So many of the students had shifted dramatically from their previous thinking to this quite mature, very deep, very thoughtful way of seeing the world and themselves and others.
I read a book called The Hunger Games, and the main character is Katniss Everdeen. Her life is full of poverty and unfairness. We had a life for it. So basically the life for it was about unfairness and democracy. And then I was in my head, how can I change the world if something is unfair?
We came up with the idea of the Young Leaders Conference because we've been to the Young Leaders Conference before. After finding out the prices that they're going to make it next year, we thought it shouldn't be that expensive to be going to something so inspiring and something so important for people in their lives. If we can't do anything about it to change it, then we'll just create our own.
And the 6 C's are all highly connected and interwoven into this conference. Character comes through action, through other people giving you observational reflection. Collaboration with the learning symposiums, where they're constantly challenging each other. Creativity for me is the thinking processes. Critical thinking in everything.
I feel very complete, like I feel like I've actually achieved something that, that does mean a lot to me. And, I'm just overwhelmed by all of the feelings that I've experienced with people and as well.
The literature has become another layer in the journey. It's enriching, it's deepening, it's broadening the perspectives, it's helping them to step into the shoes of other people's lives that they perhaps couldn't do before, and to share with one another, to be able to make some meaning from all of that.
Can you put the professors? One of the interesting things was that the children and teachers are getting involved with the whole concept. This morning, you would have seen a Sudanese lad there, quite a tall, big lad, jet lad. And he came up to us today, and I was talking to the grade 5-6 leader, one of my young things, and he said, look, I brought this book that you might like to read. And it's another book like Hunger Games, Power of One, with its social message that this young African girl has obviously contributed to the welfare of others. And then he started to talk to me. He said, yeah, I read Nelson Mandela. He said, and I've given it to his friend to read. So the friend's gone away and he's reading Nelson Mandela. there's this transfer over in many ways. And there's a transfer over with teachers too. Here's the prep teachers who have looked at what the grade 6 are trying to do and said, how can we facilitate this? Because you really need to have a school that is working towards in the same direction. And I'll let them explain, but we won't go through what
Priya, what do you think about kids teaching kids? Why?
We also want kids to stay in every one content within a community, but it's usually the hours that are teachers chair. So during a planning meeting session, the prep teachers were discussing the ideas that some of our colleagues have had in FR6, and they're getting their children to design their own timetables and giving them the responsibility and ownership over learning. So we wanted to give prep children the opportunity to experience a level of responsibility and ownership of their learning, but within scale that was achieved to them. So we came up with the idea of giving students the opportunity to take a role of teacher for the day and year. So initially I ran a workshop and I had a discussion with the children about what they were good at, and just to try and warm them up to the idea. And a lot of the kids said things like, I'm really good at writing, I'm really good at reading, all those things that you want them to say, but in this moment, you wanted them to come up with their own ideas. So I changed the question and I said, if you were a teacher for a day, what would you teach? If you could be anything. And in the beginning, they thought that I was tricking them. And they were a little bit overwhelmed with the question, but as the realization of the depth of what I was asking to do kind of sunk in, it triggered a frenzy of creativity, confidence, a real sense of leadership in the group. And we ended up having about 8 children that took on the challenge to be the first professors. They spent the following 2 days, we worked together in the agreement sessions and in entering the normal daily routine. And the children had to plan their sessions for the year, really writing things down into steps and thinking about what would they ask their kids to do and how would they know that they would achieve that. And they had to resource their activities and they had to discuss teaching strategies. So a lot of the kids said to me, oh, well, if people make weak choices, we're going to time out. Okay. So really started to be quite funny. But make sure you let them know what they're doing and give them the opportunity to come back, as well you can oh, yeah. So yeah, we ran the day and it was unbelievable.
we might cut it off there, it gives you the concept. They're all on our website somewhere.
On that video.
I just have to find it. That little boy there, his first Enigma mission was black holes, and it was based on one of the videos that he had produced. And I remember that we were trying to capture his voice on video, and it's not easy to do that. But we put him through something like that. Over 2 hours of talking to different groups of children to try and capture those little areas of food. And he was told to put his work down on the ground, and just speak openly to it, and he did. The interesting thing is he came back at the start of this year, and he's in grade 6 this year, and I said to him, what are you going to study this year? And he said, I think I'm going to study Einstein's theory of general relativity. And I said, well, you need a physicist to help you because there's nobody in the school who can help you. He's been working with NASA. So I don't know how he did it, but he's established a rapport with a number of NASA people who help him. And he applies to them. But he's not just studying Einstein's general theory of relativity. He's focusing on the areas where Einstein was wrong. Now, how do we know how to assess him? How do we assess him? There's no one on staff that would be able to tell you he's right or wrong. No. So what we're doing, we have one of the schools that works virtually in the Monash University grounds. It's called the John Monash Science and Maths School. So we're asking them for their senior students and lecturers to assess it. We also have a relationship with the Royal Society of Victoria, which is our scientists. So, that's the way we're going to try and assess him, because he's well outside of our. But it's not as if he's brilliant or anything, he's just so committed to it. Now, I think we're learning he's a bit more capable than we think, because
I was going to say he's pretty switched on, because he taught himself binary and hexadecimal over a weekend, and came in because we've been doing Cisco. He came in and was like, "Oh, can we do that like at Cisco?" Or like, "Yeah." That's awesome.
Another boy came in this morning and you got told about the students trying to run a leaders conference. Well, the people who are organising it in the city, so it costs us a lot of money to get a bus and go into the city. They're charging $51 per child. And our kids just said that's too much. We can't afford it, we'll run our own. Anyway, you saw a lady in there talking about going to a conservatorium, or did they call it? Where you got the big telescopes? What do we call it? Yes, and he came in this morning and he was telling his teacher, he told me yesterday, that he'd been to a lecture and he went down to the speaker, who happens to be Victoria's #1 scientist.
This lady here.
Yeah. And he asked her, would she come and be a speaker? All of this is for nothing. And the lady had gotten back to him after saying, look, I'll see if I can, saying, yes, I'll come. Yeah. So children are taking responsibility for things in a way that you just couldn't believe. And really, many of our colleagues would say, how could you give books like The Hunger Games, Power of One, I Am Malala, a whole host of other books to primary school children? But they are discussing some really interesting material. And there are a number of other things that fit in relation to our involvement in the community. We have a relationship with a Jewish old age home. And it's a special home in the sense that most of the patients there are Holocaust victims. So you've got really interesting stories that they can tell of that. And the children have to run it themselves. They get on the phone. They organise what's happening. So it's really interesting. I say, what are you doing? I say, we're doing some drama this week. Oh yeah, what kind of drama? Oh, it has to be impromptu because the old people can't remember their lines. and it's just a matter of fact. I mean, they were talking about bone integration. Bone integration is a subject in the school because we have a chap that got run over by a train who comes into the school. Most schools won't allow him to come in, and he's lost both legs and an arm. So he was the first, supposedly, what we're being told, the first person triple amputee for bone integration. But he stopped. He hasn't got the arm done. He said, I've had enough. It was a very painful process to do it. But at times, he'd be here and his arm would, he'd wave his hands around whoosh, the arm would go over there, the kid would rush over, you know, big rush to get to the arm first, and then they'd bring it back and they'd put it on. You know, just, and one kid came up to him one day in grade 2 and said, "I want legs like you." And this really drew him back. He said, "Why would you want legs like mine?" He said, "Oh, I want bionic legs." You know? So some wonderful things happen out of this relationship with other, and they throw up study areas. And there's children who want to study the Nazi period of Germany's development. You got one of Milos around, or has he gone in there?
No, he's gone off somewhere.
He's gone off. He's the wanderer. He's a very capable lad. You want to kill him every day because he's never doing the right thing. But he's got this argument with his teachers, or discussion about, he's having this long discussion with the deputy principal about democracy and fascism and dictatorship and all that. And he makes statements that he's Serbian. So there's a real authoritarian background there. And he makes statements like, what was the one he said? The poor people getting fleeced, or that's democracy. And of course, the teachers, well, let's look at this a little more deeply. And but he's having this discussion about these periods in time that he's interested in. So he marched into the librarian, and she's giving a lesson, and he has no social skills. You know, where's the stuff for fascism? You know, I want it. Milos, I'm giving a lesson. You know, no, where's the stuff for fascism? So he's always getting into trouble. There's our Victoria's #1 scientist. But that's great. All right. So this has had an impact on the pedagogy. The nature of the school building and how it's been set out, we would say you don't design the environment before you know what your pedagogy is. You have to know your pedagogy first, and then the design of the environment facilitates that pedagogy. Now, we sat down one day. We have what is called our raison d'etre, our reason for being. You heard Jenny, one of the APs in one of the videos, talk about the 6 C's. This is part of the new pedagogies for deep learning approach that's led by Michael Fuller. We say 7 C's. And the 7 C's are character, citizenship, critical thinking, creativity, communication, and I think I mentioned character, critical thinking, communication, creativity, citizenship, and collaboration. But we add the 7th, curiosity. And we would argue that curiosity is what binds everything together. If there's no curiosity there, you don't get the others working well. Now, my staff haven't adapted to that, because we're talking about our raison d'etre. So we want this document to be able to click and go into it more deeply, right? And then the student outcomes, then the pedagogy, and then the underpinning belief structure. Now, we've changed this, and I have a niece that is a graphic artist. So I said, look, my staff hate this. I don't like the colours, it doesn't appeal to them anyway. So we're working with her at the moment. Can you bring up? Just show you what we're, but at the moment, we can't read these. Right. So, but it's much more, and there's a lot of editing to be done to just correct it, and we're going to dump out the school logo because it doesn't seem to be appropriate. But it gives you an idea that in each of these areas we can go deeper into it and watch videos, or somebody can speak to it. You know. But if we go back to it, we can talk about the pedagogy, because we can't read the pedagogy here. Right. So, if I was talking to you 18 months ago, I would have talked about the 4 pillars. The 4 pillars would have been workshops, which are classroom size workshops. I would have said to you that there's a strong focus on interdisciplinary subject development, but there's no reason why there can't be a maths lesson, literacy lesson. But the most effective lessons are where maths and literacy are coming out of the normal learning process, because they're skills. We want the children to apply those skills to their learning. So, just studying subject areas and dividing them up into little packages can be, it doesn't help learning, because you take away the context for the learning. There's too much of the teaching in today's world, the traditional teaching, that says you need to learn this, and sometime in the future you'll use it. And what happens? How many of us have gone through an exam and 2 weeks later we can't remember what it was we learned? So that was the first one, workshops. The second one would be targeted teaching, where we take small groups of children and we differentiate the learning according to their particular need. The third one would be student-teacher conferencing. And that's pretty simple. We get one child or a group of children together and we conference them. How are you going? What are your goals for this week, etc., etc.
How often do you do that?
I think it depends on the skill of the teacher. You know, and if you see there's something that happens regularly at a particular time slot, I think you're limited. I think it needs to happen constantly. You know, it might be you're walking down the corridor and you meet a child and you say, oh, you know, how are you going with this? Are you comfortable with it? Do you need to come and talk to me, etc.? But the concept is there. But how you develop, I think, needs to be quite flexible according to the way you interact with one child. There are some children that don't need the type of guidance that somebody else needs. So you can bring 3 or 4 kids together, particularly if they're collaborating on a project together. And the last one of the 4 pillars is what we call learning agreement time. Now, learning agreement time is what we call our signature pedagogy. And learning agreement in the lower ends of the school is about experiencing the different learning centres in each of the rooms. Did the children take you over to the board in the prep where they put, that's a learning agreement time. And as you go up the school, it changes to increasingly getting children to take more responsibility for their learning. But as you saw with the prep professors program, perhaps we have to rethink that these children, even at prep level, can take more responsibility for their learning. And indeed, in case I forget, under the new pedagogies for deep learning, the way to assess them is through these areas. They're the outcomes that we want. Although we're not calling them outcomes, we're calling them attributes now. We're not calling, we're changing a number of the titles. I just can't remember which ones we're changing now, but I remember that student outcomes, and there was another one we wanted to change.
Is there a reason why you want to change it? Because
I don't know. We think attributes is more in line with what it is. You know, these are the attributes we want children at the end of the learning process to come out of. Yeah. See, do you know a man called Slater? Andreas Schleicher. He's a senior figure in OECD. He's involved with the testing program for the OECD.
I know, I heard the term, but I can't remember the word.
Yes, well, he says, you know, Google owns information. There's not much point in having information. It's about how you can extrapolate from that information, apply that information.
What do you do with the information?
Exactly. You know, if you don't have these skills of collaboration and critical thinking, and all these other skills, which we're calling attributes, then you're in trouble. There are so many university graduates who now cannot get jobs. Right? In Japan, 60% or OECD also tests or surveys business houses. So they did that with the Japanese, and I think it was something like about 80%. I did say 60 first, but I think it was much higher. Might have been 90% of the business houses that we can't get the people with the skills we want. It's interesting that Ernst Young, I don't know whether this is a worldwide strategy, but from England, Ernst Young, which I think is the third biggest accounting firm in the world, no longer focuses on university schools. They focus on their series of tests that they give to them. And you can bet they will be looking for these attributes, these types of things. You know? The ability to work with other people. You know?
So this is actually a master future skill set.
21st century skills, yes. Yeah, very, very much so. Anyway, those 4 pillars we now find have been broadened out. So as well as those, we've got what we call learning symposiums. And that's when we take a child who's doing a project, and he's put in amongst his peers, and he presents to his peers, and his peers start asking questions. And what we're finding is that one, the owner of the project will start to learn there are gaps in their learning. I'll go away and I'll find out a little bit more, and I'll report back in a couple of weeks. And you'll find that other children say, oh, I looked that up on the web, such and such. Did you study that? You know, that might help you in your learning. And some of them, they then become collaborators in that approach. So it widens this learning process out. I did mention target strategy. Learning agreement time I mentioned. We have these students as teachers program. Why do we have that? Can anybody see the logic in us saying we want our students to be teachers and mentors? Why?
Because you need to know the subject in order to teach others. You need to have the skills.
And what's the evidence for that?
Simplify.
Yeah.
So that others can understand.
Yeah. Anyone heard of William Glasser? William Glasser is an educational psychologist, and he has a whole list of, don't quote me on the figures because I can't remember, but we can remember 30% of what we read, 40% of what we see and read, and then it gets right down to the bottom. We can remember 95% of what we teach. So we're encouraging children. As teachers, sometimes you set out on a topic, and when you think, well, how am I going to teach this? And then you start to realise that there are some gaps that you're not too sure on how to explain. So it's what it takes the children to a higher level, or we would say a deeper level of understanding, deeper learning. Literature circles. We've talked about the literature circles where the children are getting together, talking about these books that are strongly personal to them. Bear in mind that many of these children have come from horrific backgrounds. It wasn't so long ago that one of the class was asked to write about
how children came, most of them had travelled to Australia. Australia was their new home. How did you travel to Australia? The child started the story with, my father would not have got on the boat if he had have known that the captain was 13 years old. And then she described this horrific description of travelling on the sea, on a boat, with little food and little water in a box, with so many other people. Many years ago, we did a project across the school looking at smells. And the children at one stage were asked to describe what the smell of chicken cooking conveyed to them. And of course, you've got beautiful answers. We got one answer, the kid said, it reminds me of my uncle being burnt to death over in Africa. So there's some horrific stories that come out, and you know, children will tell you, you know, we lived in fear, not knowing whether Dad was going to come back at night time. We'd hear the shots outside, and all these things. Layering the learning, that is so crucial, and it's not easy. It's not easy. Many of my teachers are really scared about having to layer the learning, to take the learning from surface level to deep learning. Now, the lady that talks in the videos, my AP, she's outstanding. And she just has this ability to take the children one step further all the time. If you taught about such and such. And even in the videos that we produced, there's one video that we produced, we had a group of children who one in particular wanted to be a teacher. Ever since she was a little kid. She came to the school wanting to be a teacher. Her mother's a uni lecturer, and she would read educational textbooks instead of textbooks out of the library. She'd organised to do Piagetian testing on the preps. You know, because she's a great kid. She's moved on. So we did a film on how do we learn to speak. Right. And as part of that, you're all the time trying to push them in different directions. So there was an introduction of, do you know Coco the gorilla? Coco the gorilla is a 40-year-old gorilla that had an interview with Robin Williams. So we included this interview, and Williams talks about this talk. He recognises over, to speak, she recognises over 100 sign language words, but she understands English. She lives in England, she's quite famous. Do you want to watch it? You seem interested in it. That's what you take it through to that section.
Yeah. Welcome to the Enigma portal. Your task as a member of an Enigma mix. Adults, you might also like to explore the issue of whether animals use a language to communicate with each other. Make sure you learn about Coco, the talking gorilla.
Hi, this is Robin Williams. I recently had a mind-altering experience communicating with a gorilla. Her name is Coco. We shared something extraordinary. Laughter. Coco understands spoken English and uses over 1,000 signs to share her feelings and thoughts about daily events. Life, love, even death. It was awesome and unforgettable.
A requirement of this mission is that you...
So, I mean, just sort of taking them, you know, sideways to explore, well, you know, what about our animals? How much are they understanding of what we say to them? We absolutely, they're unknowns, but Coco understands. And most people think that that's a dumb animal. I mean, it cried when the kitten who was her friend died. Very interesting. A lot of language studies have been done with Coco. Where are we? So that one's a really difficult one. And here again, we want to capture on film people who can do this. And we've been trying to get funding that would allow us to buy lapel mics and that. Because unless we can put microphones on our kids, you miss out on the conversation, because some children speak very softly, others are loud. There's the Enigma missions, Socratic forums, you know, Socratic circles where children get around, and again, this AP of mine has this ability to post very, very deep questions to these children, primary school children. What's the meaning of life? And they tackle it. And for a long while there, I thought, I'm not comfortable with it, but she brings it. And the kids eat it up. A timeless learning program. You'll see kids wandering around here. Some of them have what we call their autonomous learning certificate or whatever it's called, and they have to submit an application to be certified as an autonomous learner, which gives them the right to work outside of here. They have to be able to prove that they can meet commitments on time and work independently. Now that's not an easy thing, because how many of you could put up your hand and say, I was always up to date with my assignments at university. I never had the spot at the last minute to do it. None of us, because nobody ever trains you in the ability to live up to commitments. Somebody's there telling you what to do, most of the time. Team teaching, that underpins everything we do. Sometimes I take this out and put it in this, but just recently I took it back into there as a pedagogical practice. So that's where we are at the moment. And it's not something that you can just sort of say, well, I'm going to jump to there. I think in today's age you can jump up there. But many years ago, the background to our school system was that we were a gifted and talented resource centre for Southeastern region. And Southeastern region at that time was a very, very big region. And to support families of gifted and talented people, we put on workshops. And these workshops might be as simple as a half-day workshop on how to make toothpaste. They could be a 2-day workshop for talented athletes with one of the best trainers in the world, fitness advisors in the world. My son was an elite athlete. He was a professional boxer, so I had access to some people that I could get to do things. And or it might be a cooking program that I also coached football, and one of the footballers I had was a culinary Olympian. I mean, he ended up that he was the chief advisor to China and to Australia for all their cooking needs for the Olympic Games. So he goes around the world being engaged to run various sporting competitions and whatever it is. But yeah, so I asked him to come in and give a cooking demonstration. He wasn't going to do it, he said no. But he told me to ring up the TAFE College, the local TAFE College. So I rang him up. He said, mention my name. I said, Dave Bain told me to ring. Things just happened. What I didn't know, he was in charge of testing all their students. So the TAFE College dressed all these kids out in little uniforms, small uniforms, hats and that. It was a fantastic workshop for about 23 kids. The problem was they left those workshops and went to very traditional environments, even in our own school. We had a lot of private schools because we charged a nominal fee. Might have been about $15 to go to these things, but the private schools always wanted their children to be involved. And so we stopped after we had an incident that occurred with one of the most intelligent kids we've ever had. You know, he would write up an application for a science talent quest the night before and get high distinction. He was just way out there. His teacher would write 20 sums on the board every day and use his answers to correct them. Every day. And this one day decided, I've had enough of this. I've got it all wrong. And just sat back and watched the total confusion that developed with all the other children saying, that's wrong, that's wrong. And the teacher didn't tweak. And she'd say, no, it's not wrong. And she'd go on. Eventually the penny dropped. And he got into a lot of trouble. But it told us this kid was bored out of his mind. So we decided at the end of that year we would stop what we were doing. But for the last 6 months of that year, we sat down and said, let's discuss what we can create. So we created the Autonomous Learning Unit, very much based on the work of a fellow called George Betts from North Colorado University. But this goes back to 1996, right? So it's a while ago. Then we were influenced. I'll just continue the train of thought of people who were influenced. George Betts initially, because he produced this autonomous learning model and we copied it. He wanted to introduce it 20% of the time in America. We wanted to introduce it 100%. We wanted to introduce team teaching. We wanted children to know their learning styles and a whole host of other things that were quite contemporary. We recognised after term 1 that some children had been, and most of those children had been told what to do up until that stage. Some adapted very, very well for it and loved it. Others really had trouble. So we had to pull those ones out and work with them independently. So we recognised we had to prepare these kids to come through to grade 5 and 6. We should have started our changeover with the preps and moved through the school that way, but we didn't. If you introduce change in the secondary schools, when do you introduce it, most of it at the top end of the school? That's right. Start at the bottom of the school and let it creep through. But we do those things pretty much all the time. I think. What are you laughing at?
Well, we agree with you. It resonates with us because our schools actually come from the bottom end of the
That's right.
Yeah, that's why we can take leads, we can afford to take leads, and we just want to explore new things to break away from the traditional way of teaching because it's not working for some of our kids. Yeah, and then we're trying to, how vigorous our curriculum is in Singapore, and we're trying to balance that out. As we're balancing that, we are also finding that it's difficult. Sometimes we are so fast, but we need to so-called willing to waste time to go deep, which is what we see in your school, and as well in Silverton, where deep learning is taking place, and it's just very natural for the children to go further. And all the other things like character development, positive, what you call that, attributes of distribution, confidence, skill set of researching and problem solving. It just developed simultaneously at the environment project. So it's great thinking to do that.
All right. How about I hand you over to Kieran? Because Kieran's going to talk to you about leveraging the digital world, what we're doing. I will just tell you one story, and Kieran has a part in it, a big part in it. So that for me was one of those moments that, well, I'll use a word that one of my students used. We were sitting around in a group with a uni lecturer, and she was talking about what she'd been studying in that. And she said, I had an epiphany. And all was just happened. And she said, isn't that the right word? But none of us expected a grade 5 girl at that time to use that word. You know, and the uni lecturer was really surprised and wrote back to us and joked about it. But, so I had this epiphany. Kieran, I advertised for a computer gig. No respect, disrespect, because we moved from computer gigs being the men to laugh at, or they usually mean, to them being the ones that are, you know, have the key to the future sort of thing. And Kieran laughed at that and applied for the job because I wanted somebody to convey a passion for the digital world and particularly develop creativity through the use of new products and that. And he would come to me regularly and say to me, we need to buy such and such. I think it was probably about the time of wanting us to buy Oculus Rifts, you know, Oculus Rift. Virtual reality.
This one here. Yeah. This one.
That's
Yeah.
broken.
Yeah.
This one.
That one's broken.
All right. And I'd say to Kieran, well, what's the education of the and I'm sure your superiors or people are going to ask the same thing. And Kieran would say, I'm not a trained teacher. And of course, ICT is my Achilles heel. You know? None of it works with me anyway. You know, I'm constantly on the phone to Kieran, come down. But Kieran then told me his story as a student.
Well, so basically, like, it was always, with something like the Oculus Rift, for me, it was quite clear, like, yeah, you should have this at a school, like, even looking at, like, when Facebook brought it, and everyone sort of worried, and then Zuckerberg sort of said, well, think about the virtual classroom. So I was like, immediately, oh yeah, we need that in the school. Like, but to sort of convey that, it's quite difficult, I suppose. It's like, if you've never seen someone, it's tough to sort of get that across. But it made me think about, like, sort of my education in school, and it would have been probably around year 8 or year 9 when our school put in, like, a really hardcore computer network. It was a private school, so they had a lot of money, they put in fantastic computers, and all the kids are really excited, and then they taught us, you guys know, what are they teaching? Excel spreadsheets. The most boring stuff you could possibly imagine, just spreadsheets on these, like, fantastic computers. So what that did, in fact, you guys want to tell it? You probably heard it when you told it.
What are you?
No, you do. So what that did, what that
thought I'd make him do this.
Oh, it's a big mistake, isn't it? So basically what that did, it gave us time, many group of kids, to have access to a really expensive network that we wouldn't otherwise get access to. So we ended up hacking the school server and setting up a Quake server. And I became a surrogate admin for about 60 kids getting connected to that server. So what that did, that taught me about TCP/IP, like what's TCP/IP?
Unbeknownst to the school.
Yeah, that's right. So what's subnetting? I started using math. Oh, math has a purpose now. Before then, I didn't care whatsoever. So that's been my life. It was like 10 years ago. It's been my life since then. Working in schools, and from there I went into being a computer engineer, or a network engineer, then a cloud migration architect, network engineer. But at the time, you couldn't put a metric to that and go, oh, well, if you did this, then this is going to happen, sort of thing. It was just the school sort of having the hardware that allowed me to sort of facilitate learning these technologies. It's quite interesting. That sort of spread into all this. That's what I told, right?
In the end of the story?
Oh yeah, actually, it's funny. Actually, the week after telling Ray that, and at the Coder Dojo, we had this student who comes from a local school, about the same age I was, about 15, and he ended up doing the same thing at his school and setting up a Halo server. which is going on right now, unbeknownst to the school. So that's hilarious. Years later, someone's doing it at their school. Sort of thing. Look at us, like they're bored when there's all this hardware there and no one's facilitating the learning properly. So that's what I love about Minecraft, because it's instead of a game like Quake or Halo that's shooting people in the face, it's a game where it's about collaboration and construction and really STEM, like everything in STEM in that. So Minecraft, that's why we use it a lot.
So for me, I'm arguing that a particular style of pedagogy is appropriate, what I believe, and the needs of the 21st century. When these children grow up, they'll need those. But I've got no idea what jobs they're doing to probably have, because we don't know the jobs. Those jobs haven't been invented, you know, but you can be certain. They won't be the same as probably nearly 50% of the jobs that exist today. Because that's the prognosis that by 2040, 47% of jobs are at risk. Oxford University is a research. So I don't know what jobs that I'm preparing the kids for. So how do I assess what is good for them to learn? And for me, I've come up with the answer for myself, and other people might make the same decision or say, no, that disagree. If I can develop passions in children, because in the future, the odds are that they will have to be freelance. 60 million people by 2020 will be freelance workers in the American workforce. It's approaching half of the workforce in America. Not there yet, but it might be 40-odd%. So if they've got a passion, a skill that they can sell to other people, then they'll be comfortable. Now to back that up in the school, one night I woke up at about 3 o'clock. How do I make these kids entrepreneurs? You know the work of Zhong Zhao? Zhong Zhao is a Chinese American. Probably, I would rate him one of the top 5 educators in the world. Yeah. Really, he's the one that's had the push in his writings to develop entrepreneurial skills for students. So I came up with the idea, and we haven't mastered it. I don't know whether the kids discussed it, to establish a student bank. The big difficulty, and I don't know whether the kids said this, the big difficulty is the first, and I said, here's $5,000. Get the kids to put in submissions and you give them loans. There are other conditions. We don't give the kids any money, they don't make profit. The profit comes back to the school to be loaned to other people, and you pay half of it to go to social institutions. All decided by the kids. And the other half of any profit, the kids decide what it will be spent on. So they will need to canvass the school students and decide what the students believe would be good to spend the money on. So again, it's giving them responsibility that we would normally not give to them. The teachers wanted to get it. They wanted their hands on that $5,000. And I'm saying you do not agree to these loans just because the teachers want. And the kids have come to the party and started to say no. And only recently have we been able to sit down and have some legitimate applications for kids to be entrepreneurs. Now it's in its infancy, but it will continue on next year and we'll see how far it goes. There's lots of things that are in their infancy that we put in because we want to encourage Google Hangouts. So we'll connect to other schools around the world. No guidelines. There might be, how many schools can we put on?
8.
8? Right. There might be 8 schools around the world. in some way where they can bring one of the schools up and talk. But we won't be telling them when they'll interact with those schools.
If you guys want to be on there, you're more than welcome. Give us a shout.
The other thing that we've developed is we've been trying to develop relationships with high schools. Now, some of the high schools, see, we wanted our children to do films, but we didn't have the skill amongst our staff to teach filmmaking. So we wanted the high schools to send their media students down to us, work with us, and once we get a group of children who learn those skills, it will be their job to teach the next group of children before they leave the school. Right? So, right at this moment, we've issued a directive to our leaders of the school: you need to take somebody and mentor them at the moment. And the person who's running the relationship with the Emily Monash Aged Care Home, she's had a mentor preparing her for next year. Usually her for that particular program. Anything else I should mention? Anything else that I haven't mentioned?
Go for the rest of the digital stuff if you want.
Logan's actually the child that got the Victoria's #1 scientist to come to. He's also the guy who came to the school in grade 1. And my first words were to him after hello was, "What are you interested in? What do you tell me?" The Big Bang Theory. And there's no little boy next to him who said, "I'm interested in the Big Bang Theory too." What we've learned in the last 18 months is that primary school children can do things that we never think of. I mean, is it Sandra? I mean, the way Sandra, one of those girls, speaks, the girl that was with Peter. Melissa Van. Melissa. Yeah. Sandra's not bad. Just unbelievable. And you think you're talking to a little adult.
Yeah.
Well, they wanted to go out at night time and be helping people who were on the streets. And of course that was moving into some danger. So we arranged for them to through people who help people in need, that they could go during the daytime and experience stuff. And she told her story. Unfortunately, she prepared it all, put it on the Apple iPhone and the phone. We haven't been able to bring it up. And we took it to Apple company, and apparently what they do, they open it up with a screwdriver and damage it. So it's paid a lot of money to see if we can get it recovered, but they say no, it's damaged too much now. So she hasn't got that evidence, but we know she did it. But the night before these two girls went off to that, both of their families went out and bought a huge amount of things for these homeless people. It's quite amazing some of the things that these children are doing and study. You know, they're things that are often very, very personal to them. Any questions I can answer? Oh, well, we're going to have the literacy. The leverage of the digital world.
Yeah, I thought this would be a good way you're talking about what the kids are up to. Do you guys know what Cisco is? You know Cisco before? Yeah. So,
Please meet her in the grade 3 room at lunchtime. All students are going to the introduce you with Miss Mariana, please meet her in the grade 3 room at 1 o'clock.
So we started, how long ago did we start Cisco? Was it 2 months ago now?
Yeah.
Very about that. So, yeah, it's been a while. So basically, for those who don't know, Cisco is pretty much what the whole internet's built on. So you don't really, well, I didn't do any Cisco until university. And really, like I did my CCNA and CCNP, that's like the certificates that you get for doing Cisco at university. One of the guys that we have, actually, I'll go back further than that. Logan's mother was asking me what he could sort of do at a high school level that would sort of benefit him for the next couple of years. I had to think about it, and I thought, well, probably, because he was quite interested in computers, Cisco would sort of facilitate some of those needs that he has, like for higher thinking. And with that, he got the book, and he found it a bit boring because it's quite dry material to sit and read through by yourself, sort of thing. So we left that for a bit. We went through some of the stuff together, and then Tom, who comes in, I think I'll go photo of him after this, comes in once a week. Actually, he's coming in twice a week now. He's studying his CCNA at the moment, and he's in a wheelchair, and he's through my girlfriend's company, got him to come here, so he's working with the nurse. So I thought, well, why not get a group of kids to do Cisco together and sort of see how it goes. So we ran it for the first week, and we had these guys and a group of kids who were yelling in there. They were doing this, the youth was. And the girls as well, a group of girls doing it. And at the end of the first lesson, it was actually the 2 girls who were in the group turned to us and said, that was really fun. We're like, so me and Tom were like, whoa, we made Cisco fun somehow, that's great. So from there we've got into, so that was just the theory of it, and then we've taken them through the server room and showing them what a router is, what the switches are, how they interconnect, how Wi-Fi works, and all the rest of it. Yeah, hey. Hello. This is Aaron. So from there we got onto what's called Packet Tracer, and this is one of the networks that the students built, and it's got some funny names around it.
That was one.
But what's everybody? How about just running through this?
So this next thing where you can do it in between devices.
That's right. That's right. So this, if you don't know the background in networking, it might not look like much, but this is quite amazing because they've got the whole network to what's called ping the whole way through. So with that, you have to look at the maths behind it, get the subnetting right, and it's quite complex.
You can type how to
Yeah, you can sort of see it right there. It's another map they did. Now, from this point, we had one of the Thursdays when we were doing Cisco, I had a family friend call me up, and he had an issue with his laptop, and he said, oh, I've got a virus, I need someone to help me. I was like, well, I've got 0 time, but I do have a group of really smart kids who will be able to help you. So in that Cisco time, there's a group of them took his laptop and got the virus off it and fixed it up for him. So he paid them $100 to fix it for them, and then with that money, they bought a router, and we're actually building one of the networks that they've made in Packet Tracer. So the logical network or virtual network they've built. Hey, if you want to get the router before, we'll bring it out. Now they're looking at building a network from that. Now what's really cool from there, as Ray was mentioning before, the Royal Society in Victoria, they facilitate these. There's a router, it's $80 or something. The Royal Society of Victoria, they're running a Proto-Dojo in the city next Sunday, the Sunday after. And they don't really have an internet connection or anything in there, but we're going to take the hardware in, build a network, build a server, and have a global space program server in. So it's going to be quite fun. Okay, so that's this guy. Yeah. This was this guy. You got this now. Inundated, there it is. So, the Coda Dojo. So,
Attention all robotics and HPV students, could you please go to the robotics room immediately? Robotics and HPV students, could you please go to the robotics room immediately?
So with the Coda Dojo, guys, can you keep it down a bit? With the Coda Dojo, we've got a project we're doing with. Have you guys heard of immersive education before? Immersive education. IED. You have? No. So they're an organization. I'll show you this one. They're an organization. Run out of the States. These guys, you seen this before? So yeah, that was the thing I went to Paris for. There's a few reasons, but basically we have the project where they have the different immersive learning
Hi,
clubs.
could you please come to the office immediately? Hi, could you come to the office immediately?
And this is a conference that you sign up for.
So I was invited to come speak at this one because of our IED club. So it's quite similar to Coda Dojo, but they run sort of all over the They run all over the world. Guys, can you keep it down? Yeah, so these clubs are run all over the world, and basically through Minecraft, they're replicating buildings from where the students are from. So there's students in Brazil doing the big Jesus statue, I forget the name of it. Students all over America, all over Europe. We were the first school in Australia to be part of it. So I brainstormed with the kids about, immediately I was thinking, let's do the Sydney Harbour Bridge, because it's the first thing people would go. No, these guys have been to Sydney, or have been to the Harbour Bridge, so I was like, okay, let's not do that. But they came up with the idea of doing the Dandenong Market. And Dandenong Market is close by, it's 150 years old, it's a lot of history to it. But it meant doing it that way that there would be students right from prep all the way through to year 6, working together to recreate the market. So that's what I presented over in Paris. Now with that, there's, I just had a Skype with the director on yesterday. And it looks like we're going to be bringing the next one to, what it's called? The next one to Melbourne, which should be really cool. So probably around this time next year, we're going to have the next one here. So we're meeting up officially with RMIT next week to sort of fill that out. But it looks like it's going ahead. Yeah, the next project that we're going to be working on is this thing here. So there's a patch of land. This is next to the Royal Society in the city. It looks quite small, but that's pretty amazing. They have a block of land to be able to build on in the city, and they've got an artist representation over here. So that's the Royal Society there, and this is the block of land they have. Now the cool thing is, supposedly they're allowed to go down 2 stories underground with this as well. And they've had a few different ideas and blah, blah, blah. But we had the idea to let the students who have already replicated the RSP in Minecraft come up with designs collaboratively that could go here. So they put that to the IED clubs, so these guys, as of last week, and they're going to be involved. And they put it to the Royal Society, and they said, yep, for all the Coda Dojos to be involved. It's going to be all these kids around the world designing something that, and the best one will actually be pretty difficult. So, yeah, so there's lots of different ideas. So it's quite exciting. So that's Coda Dojo with ID. We had a drone day recently. I won't play the video, it's quite long, but basically the concept was, actually you guys explained it really well. Why did we have the drone day? For what else? You're the one who said it. Because I'll never do it. Because there's, in the future, this is going to be a job. So in the States, they have curriculum based on drone technology because there's so much to do with it, like job loss. So that's one of the things I thought, oh, we definitely have to have a drone demo. So we got cheap drones, like just the little ones. In fact, mine got flown straight up into a tree immediately.
And in roughly 10 years, drones are going to be a way for people to get their food from the grocery store.
Actually, we have a pilot in Singapore for people delivery from one island to another. It has been successful, and now the post office is expanding into delivering parcels and perhaps others. Yes, indeed, it will be something that can.
Exactly. Then whether that's autonomous or not is another thing. But I think you're always going to have people piloting drones as well.
Because it's never going to be a robot as huge brain.
This is Bitcoin. Do you guys know what Bitcoin is? Have you heard of Bitcoin before? Yeah. So we were the first school in Australia to accept Bitcoin for donations, which was really a big hassle with the department because they didn't understand what it was. But it was interesting because I've been in that well, I don't know how they can do that, but anyway, it's interesting because I've been in the headspace of Bitcoin for a long time, and when I looked at it, because I guess I got an engineer's mind from a young age, so I look at a system and I always think of how to fix it. So whether that be like the school system, monetary system, whatever, as soon as I saw the Bitcoin, I thought, wow, that's not just a currency, that's a distributed network. A distributed network that has authentication on every node. But other people look like hear that and they don't understand what you're sort of thinking. But anyway, so we're at a Coder Dojo dead. It's something that's it's super important, but it's hard to sort of relay that to people. Anyway, we had a group, a Bitcoin Foundation came out and did a Coder Dojo day. And this thing, I don't know if you guys have heard of proof of existence before. That's what happens on the blockchain. So this proof of existence, that's where all education is going to go in the next couple of years. Say you write a paper, it's going to be confirmed on the blockchain that you actually wrote that paper. So you're going to see things like copyright and all that go out the window. And that's why this is super important, not just because of that, but because of the implications of the network. So it's not just a currency, and it's not just like a get-rich-quick scheme or whatever. It's going to change the whole world. But this photo here is on the blockchain now. So we did it live on the day where we took this photo, uploaded it to the blockchain, and that was replicated, and you can watch it in real time around the blockchain. So even onto satellites and everything. So what that means is this photo here can never be altered, ever. So sometimes you see a photo and people cut your head out and put it on a cat or something. This photo, you can never ever do that because of the proof system. So that's super important. Super important for kids to learn about.
Is that because if they have the Bitcoin, people could replicate it, otherwise we would get their own money?
Yeah, that's right. Alright, so Minecraft. Are you guys familiar with Minecraft?
Not familiar. When I do this, but we had a
okay.
The kids are just fascinated by it.
Yeah, well, and there's two, or actually a bunch of forms of Minecraft, two main ones, Minecraft and Minecraft EDU. Within the school, we use Minecraft EDU, which is really what it's starting out to, is you can basically run all your classes through it. One of the projects, which I mentioned before, was the DNL Market. I won't play this, but it takes you through all the different levels of where it was built and grieved as well, but built back up again.
And Minecraft EDU has lots of implications. So you can do math, robotics, almost anything. The Minecraft universe is endless.
It's true. Yeah. Yeah, so actually, do you guys want to explain what Minecraft EDU is in Minecraft?
You better to show it, but okay. So there is almost no difference between Minecraft EDU and Minecraft, but except with Minecraft EDU, it's got a lot more tools for the teacher, which the teacher can use to control students or also make them what you want them to do as well.
You can say students as teachers as well. So I honestly think EDU is better in a classroom environment, and there's ways to mitigate against students' work being destroyed and that sort of thing. Whereas you can't really do that with the Minecraft.
And it's an earlier version of Minecraft as well. They're still getting
And Minecraft EDU also added new blocks like number blocks, and there's one block that actually stops you from moving out of the where the blocks are placed.
Yeah.
So it could be used in like making a virtual classroom in Minecraft.
Which we did.
Yeah.
Google Apps, do you guys use Google Apps for education?
We use the Office 365.
I use 365. How do you find it?
It's getting better now.
Getting better?
Used to be.
Yeah, well, that's what I found. Because we're platform agnostic within school, meaning we have Windows devices, Mac devices, Linux devices, Android, iOS. And from a young age, I think it's important that kids get exposed to all those technologies so they can decide for themselves what platform to use. But you need something to link all that together, and that's where Google Apps is really good. But I wanted to sort of apply that agnosticism to the cloud as well, so you have both platforms and be able to use it with single sign-on. But I went to a conference last year, middle last year, with Microsoft, and it was about 365, and it was like Google Apps versus 365, and I was like, oh god, we should be able to use both, you know, like it shouldn't be either other. But they didn't sort of get that, and then they wanted to charge us like $2,000 a day to set up an Azure server so we could have single sign-on. Okay, well, we're not going to do that. But then I actually used 365, and I was like, okay, the collaboration is not as good. Like you said, it's hard, wait for it to come up, and then it wasn't straight away. So,
and in the future, there's going to be things like in Star Wars, how like in cities that don't have any grass. In the future, there's going to be stuff like that, and there's not going to be any like proper schools, so it's going to be all online stuff.
Well, that's probably right. Yeah. That would be cool. So yeah, that's where we're at with 365. So with that, we've taken that platform agnosticism to our BYOD network. So we've got 2 split networks in the school. So are you guys running a BYOD program? Like bring your own device?
We are moving to that, but our students actually are given devices.
Okay.
Yeah, so we use it in the classroom.
Yeah, so you're doing like a one-to-one program? Okay, yeah. Well, we've sort of opted, and I think like sort of having the kids have exposure to different devices and then letting them choose at a certain point is pretty important. So this is sort of from it's only class 6, but year 4 is bringing devices as well. Last time I checked, I think we've got like 800 devices now on the BYOD network, so it's growing. But with that, we've split it completely, so they have their own network connection separate to the rest of the school, and there's any device. Really, it should be bringing up a browser. BYOD to any device that has a browser from connected to it. I lost a couple of them. That's all right. Yeah, and with that, single sign-on. So we're using a thing called MyEd, which is a LMS, learning management system, and they've just recently supported single sign-on for that. Mercer 316, I mentioned that before. Kerbal Space Program, have you heard of this before? It's good, no. So it's quite good in terms of STEM, but I think I still like to call it the Minecraft of space. It's about constructing spaceships and planes as well, and getting them into orbit. And you got to think about maths and everything behind it. Spacecraft. That's a good.
It's not just orbit,
Land on the planets as well. Exactly.
And in Drupal, I made a functional pod racer from Star Wars.
In Kerbal Space Program, I made a space station around the moon.
You did, yeah, actually.
And docked it with somewhere else. This is.
I think at the end of this.
Oh, this is, yeah. No. I think it was already.
Drupal's just amazing.
Did we take a video of the
Yeah. Not a video.
videos? What, so
Yeah. So this is at Code Dojo. So we had this set up. So the students are actually Logan and Victoria working throughout the week. So we set up the server. They got the space stations into orbit around the moon, not around our planet, around the moon. and then dock them in real time. So it's really cool. So that's KSP. Definitely worth checking out if you get a chance. It's not that expensive.
It's actually not expensive.
That's it? How much is it now?
It's now $40.
Oh, that's
And then you can use it as many times as you want.
yeah, so
Because
that's,
it's not a sign in every time that you use it, it's just download it and then.
yeah, that's right.
Or the demo is also good for the start, because if you don't want to spend money on it just then you can get the
But there's nothing cool like.
Alright, boys, I'll be here all day.
Yeah. So with the True BYD network, so obviously we have all platforms supported. Recently, like we've got a few Chromebooks throughout the school, but recently there's a company that released a build of Chrome OS that you can run on any old device. So you guys probably have some like old laptops around your school that nobody wants to use. You can chuck on Chrome OS and it brings them back to life. Really, really worth looking at. Actually, what it's called, I'm on
When they come on board this program, when they started learning about Cisco, it's not everyone, like just some people of students.
Well, that's the funny thing. Like we started it with a group of 5, and now I think we've got like 15 doing it. Yeah, so
It's not the sharing about the different programs, different pedagogy.
Can come out of the
yeah.
I'm going to send you down to this.
We're going to sharing programs. Different schools of participate in what kind of.
Sorry, what was that?
So you're just not going to share about we're learning how many kids schools coming on board.
Yeah.
It's coming together to work on the program.
No, so to answer your question, like what we've, and from last year, we were doing a project with my old school up in New South Wales, where we had 6 tech ninjas from this school, 6 tech ninjas from that school, working collaboratively on Minecraft to build a school of the future that they wanted to go to. Now with that, the twist we did on that was having a meet up once a week on Hangouts so they could see each other face to face. Yeah. So that was the idea with that. But I found, and even doing Skypes and Hangouts with, we've done a fair few with the Mind Lab over in New Zealand. It's very orchestrated and regimented, and it's like we're doing it this time. Everything's a bit bananas for a little bit, and then it sort of settles down, and you can talk, but it's not free flowing like it would be in a classroom sort of thing. So my idea is to have it set up 24/7. The kids develop relationships, sort of break down that wall of the school, so it's not just at this time for such and such sort of thing. So we'll see how it sort of pans out, and see what develops from it. I think it's why not?
Yeah, we have a small group of students who are and enthusiastic about technology.
Yeah.
So they could be the one.
And showing what projects are working on in real time. I think that's important. And what, for the sake of like $100 for a camera, Google Apps is free. Why not? Seems crazy. And then we can have a bunch of schools connected. Anyway, so Sidwell Friends, I'll mention this quickly. I don't know if you've heard of Sidwell Friends before. It's the school that Obama's kids go to in America. We've developed a bit of a relationship with them. And I went over for a visit earlier this year, just a week after we launched the BYD network. And then our BYD network, like the day before, there was a student who looked up some inappropriate stuff, not through our network, but actually tethered a phone and did it that way. He was banned from using technology, but it sort of it started a conversation about should we have BYD or not, and should students be online? And I was thinking about this all the way over to America until we got to Sidwell Friends, and their philosophy as a school since they started is they're a Quaker school, and that the Clinton kids went there as well, so it's very presidential. There's a Secret Service at the door and everything. It was pretty cool. But their philosophy from when they started the school is they don't block websites. There's no web filtering whatsoever. Because they equate blocking a website to book learning. I thought that was really fascinating. And then they said, and also, if someone does something inappropriate, we use that as a lesson. So they learn how to use the internet responsibly before they go home to unfiltered internet. So like at the moment, like if you, even on our networks, it's pretty restricted. If you go to a site that sometimes it's something that you actually need to go to, but you just get a big red screen. Well, you don't learn anything from that. Yeah, YouTube is blocked forever. It's crazy. But all you learn is how to look at a big red screen. It's crazy. It's like the inverse of what should be happening in education. But that came out of their mouths, like as I was thinking it on the way over. So I was like, that's really, if it's good enough for the president's kids, surely it's good enough for us. But yeah, so that's cool. Hangouts, as we mentioned, when I set that up as a 24/7 connection. We do a lot with it. We do Hangouts live in the air. So this is on the air at the moment. But the kids do a lot of tech reviews and that sort of thing. We use it all the time. In fact, tomorrow I'm going to speak at this thing in the city. Are you guys around tomorrow?
Yeah, up to Nyack at the Education Centre.
Okay. Well, this is going to be quite cool. But I'm speaking here. Yeah, so speaking of this thing tomorrow, but we've done a Google Hangout and then pre-recorded some of the stuff that the students are going to be talking about. It's run a bit of a workshop remotely.
Alright, so you went online on tomorrow.
Yeah,
But on pre-recorded, so in case there's no internet, but it's really
that's how I did.
So you didn't get in touch with the education.
That's what I did. Maybe just one or two contacts, but I needed more. So
yeah. So this is, have you guys heard of WeVideo before?
No.
So WeVideo is slowly killing that argument about should I get a Mac or a PC to make videos. And then they're putting it all in the cloud. And it's quite cool. So it makes any device you're on, you can log in and get what's going on? Okay. You can log on and get access to your data, upload everything. As long as you've got a good internet connection, you can make quality videos on any device and on any platform.
You read a MacBook.
It's quite cool. And so I'll show you this quickly. This is Logan's Enigma mission, and it's ongoing. But that's the other cool thing, actually. That's what I've only just sort of thought of this recently. This can be ongoing forever. So it's sort of like an online, what would you call it? No, like a, well, yeah, I suppose, like, yeah, last year, I suppose. But it means you can keep working on it sort of throughout the year. So you can, yeah. So it's not just confined to one video that you have to watch. It can go on which
you can stop anytime, which is flexible, and you can choose this and that one.
That's right, yeah. So it's really good. And add more stuff in and all the rest of it. And it doesn't mean like, you know, particularly on the Macs, all PCs, like you have to export your video. Yeah, so that's what I thought was really cool. So I'll show you. This is Logan's one.
Space exploration is the ongoing discovery and exploration of objects in space and space in general by evolving rocket technology such as boosters and unmanned probes. Space flights can be manned or unmanned by use of probes. The first rocket launch was by Nazi Germany in June 1944, which was a V-2 missile rocket. It flew 172,000 kilometers. The first manned spacecraft was powered by Yuri Gagarin and was Russian Vostok 1. He made one Earth orbit and it lasted about 1 hour and 48 minutes.
The first human landing was piloted by Michael Collins, and the people who were on the moon were Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, and the ship they flew was an American Apollo 11, and the rocket was a Saturn V, launched on the 21st of July 1969.
Yeah, so you, as you can see, you keep going on with it. So definitely highly recommend we video. I think it's fantastic. Did you guys go to the Dragon Boat?
Yes.
Did you have a go at Fleet Motion? Cool, so you get to go. We built that in the holidays out of really a necessity because the year 2 students who are in there, like previously they had the steering wheel, which you probably saw, that was hooked up to a GPS system and you had to put in coordinates and it was quite difficult for year 2s to figure out what to do. Whereas with this, they can just walk up and it's gesture based and it really teaches you how to, dexterity and all the rest of it. So it's quite good. Finally, Oculus Rift.
And they're using Leap Motion also for gaming to make the characters look more human-like.
That's true. Yeah, very true. So Oculus Rift, if you guys want to have a go, it's set up on this one, but it's the headset virtual reality that I think it's been officially released at the end of this year through Facebook, and they're going to build a virtual classroom in that. So what that looks like, I don't know, but pretty cool. Logan actually built a game as well in Unity. Was it Unreal or Unity? Unreal.
Okay.
Nah, it's not Unreal. But do you want to talk about what it was?
So basically just like a random game that I built. So there were 4 different balls. There were one light, medium, heavy, medium, and then you could like shoot them or kick them or whatever. It wasn't really a point.
What was interesting with that was there was a group of students in year 4 that were actually playing this game on the Oculus, like unbeknownst to Logan, and they made the purpose out of that game that really was, well, it kind of had a purpose. Like each of the spheres had its own gravity and physics associated with it, and you had to get it into the right area. So it's really cool. Sure. Well, you guys want to have a go? Sure.
Okay, so the Oculus Rift has motion sensors
Take them off.
to see which direction the head is pointing, and then it changes the screen to match that.
Thanks, take the sleep.
So, we're on like, it's just for one.
I think it's designed for like relax and everything.
Yeah, well, this is the demo group.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Now, just before you do, are there any questions that you would like to ask?
It's hilarious, isn't it?
Now, you're welcome to stay in the school as long as you like the Macquarie area.
Yeah, so there's
There's an opportunity to talk to the teacher.
But I think it's all like because it's developing kids, the stuff that's being put forward is being sort of created for the next release. Between working and not working. Yeah, so we're gonna.
We tend to move in a different way. When we were getting the government extended,
Yeah, I think so.
now we will let all the children. There's a real danger in there's a story by Ken Robinson. You know Ken Robinson?
Yes.
Well, he tells you this wonderful story of 2 farmers in Western Australia who struggled to make a go of the farm. In the end, they gave up through drought and goodness knows what, and I left the farm. And about 10 years later, they were in Western Australia, and they decided to go and see how the old farm is. And they drive past and they can't find the farm. And where they think the farm is, there's this huge building. And they say, well, come back. And they go along and come back and they say, well, let's go in and ask. And yes, it's the old farm. They discovered uranium or whatever, the biggest mine in the world. I don't know what mineral it was, but it was the biggest mine in the world. And his lesson is, you have to scratch deeper a little bit to find things. And that's with kids. Yeah, you can see that underneath a lot of these kids in a traditional setting would be in trouble constantly. They give you trouble as it is with me. Trying to sort of develop some social skills and not interrupt those sort of things when adults are learning, because I'll get them some sort of trouble in high school as well. Yeah, there's no actual gifted program as such, but there's a belief that all children have talent and we want those gifts developed. So there are programs for chess, there are programs for robotics, there are programs for the ICT kids. There's a learning environment area for those kids that have an affinity with nature and that. There's cooking classes, etc. And individual children will start. I mean, you're seeing some of these children that are very good in ICT, but they're not so good in other areas. So we're trying to develop those skill areas that can take them further in the future. Open up doors for us.
So it's not a traditional approach where people, if you are talented or gifted in a certain way, you are trained in more content knowledge. But rather, this become minimized because we are now focused on skill sets and the development of this position. Are you saying that?
I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but just say it again.
I'm just thinking that because right now,
yes.
In the past, in the traditional way, people tend to focus on developing the content knowledge. Yes. Because when the child is very gifted, let's do a little bit more teaching the content. But in the current situation, in the view of the future, because people are moving towards an unknown future, and that is why the skill set becomes so important.
But we also
and in the midst of developing the skill set and the disposition of this child, the gifted and so far not so gifted, the gap has been bridged, minimized, narrowed. Yes.
And because there'll be, I spoke to Logan today about the fact that it's increasingly becoming more prevalent within the school. I mean, a while back, he wouldn't have put it on his head to help him, but now he's becoming a leader. You haven't even seen him helping other children in this area. But he would be the first to say that, you know, I'm hopeless of his area in that, you know. And he's quite lazy in this area, and we have to sort of say to him, well, no, fitness is basically significant for you as you grow older. And he knows that. He doesn't want to go to phys ed classes. Well, the option to use, you plan me a phys ed program, address your needs in that area, and I'll accept that. If we don't, you go to phys ed.
That's a good one.
So you're putting options. I hope he's going to phys ed. But some of these fellows have an ability to get in here, and I'm constantly saying, what are you doing? What are you doing? There's some social skills that need to be taught.
Yeah. I just want to, this area is not really covered, is about, and it's always a challenge that what you mentioned about teachers' mindset, you know, how it's rather difficult because you're going to let go of control in the class, in order to put the child in the center and develop the skill sets. So how do you do to encourage the teacher to come on board on this direction?
I think you've got to sell the story. You've got to sell the story. And I would say that for a long while we had visitors to the school and they would ask us, how do you get the teachers to take on board the journey that we've had? And we used to wonder about that. And then Daniel Pink selected the person to study this motivation. But we decided that we sold a story to our staff. Now, I would say at the moment we have gone into a dip. And we are now saying to our staff, and I've said it just recently, you're either on the train or you're off the train. Right. It can be exhausting working in a school like this. And there are clearly some teachers who are saying, well, this is just too hard. You know, I'm putting up my hand, I really want to get off the train, I just want to consolidate. Well, I don't think you can consolidate like that. It's always going to be a need for innovation at the moment to meet the changing needs of children. And innovation is just happening all the time. It's not going to stop. It's going to continue. And then with artificial intelligence, it's going to change the world dramatically. We don't know how the world's going to react to that. But there was certainly a lot of jobs that will be done by robots.
As a leader of the school, I'm sure you often hear about, in fact, in our country, we talk about the scope of the work of the teacher, and it's too busy with school and all that. You mean something
I think the load on leadership is growing extensively, particularly recently because we had a Liberal government in power and they really took away a lot of the finance, the money was underpinned. So while I have control in employing my staff, I work to a budget. As my teachers get older, they automatically increase in wage, automatically. So they go through two ranges of teachers and they get more costly as they go. Now, if I can't get people coming into the school and others going out of the school, perhaps taking up senior jobs in other schools or retiring or that, then I will get to a stage where everybody is increasing in cost and my budget will be blown.
And also, bringing in new teachers.
We are going to have a little talk.
Bringing in new teachers also means new teachers with the new skills that we need. Because in a changing world, there's lots of new things that kids need to learn.
Aaron, you go and play some running around outside with your mates. All right?
Hey,
Bye, Aaron. Thanks for your wisdom. The normal settings, his parents want to test him. Now it's clearly autistic. He's on some range, so there's something there. And his brother's the same. Yeah, and he can have fits of anger. And I think yesterday or the day before he ran home. He got upset about something. But you can clearly see his functions, his thinking is very, very high. But he's got no social license. He will interrupt everybody, including me. The interesting thing today, Joshua, I've been talking to him about we were here for a Katie Dojo, and his mother's always around after school because and she controls him at Coda Dojo, which is the weekend activity. She's there, and they have this fun at Coda Dojo, which is not just our students and parents, it's visitors to this family coming in on Sunday, because his mother didn't bring along a mouse for him. And there are plenty of mice in the school, and we could pick one and give them to you. But there's this blazing, we're watching the video for Bitcoin, visitors from Sydney to present, and they're having an argument. Now, usually he interrupts all the time, it's very rare. And I sat him down and talked to him about it. I praised him before you came back into here, and I said, look, I've noticed that you've listened to him. And I was really pleased that he was but Logan, the other one, he will cut in, correcting the teacher. He hasn't learned the social graces yet. The people, usually those two will argue like mad when you're reading it to them. But it's a process of learning. They've got to learn those social, and if they don't develop those social skills, they'll put their jobs in the future at risk, no matter how talented they are. So all of them are, I mean, Aaron, he's at least he's getting recognition that he's a really capable student. But if you asked him to do the testing programs, it'd be really hard. Yeah, whether I'm answering, what was the question?
About leadership.
Oh, well, we like to think that leadership is not myself, I like to think that a leader can take a skill so far. But you have to have everybody being leaders to go a long distance. To go, there's a certain stage where you just have to, you say, I can't go any further just because I want to do it. There has to be the commitment from everybody. So we want distributed leadership. And distributed leadership is about not the tag you get, but the expertise you've got. So, particularly in the area of ICT, it's the young students, young teachers that are shown. Because they've grown up with it. And people like myself are still struggling to tag along and understand how these new procedures work.
Because when we came to the school, we saw that the students are actually, the way they have their lessons are very different from traditional schools. And they leave the school and they go to they go to the school that's traditional,
well, they do choose a number of different schools. Some will go and get scholarships, and people who come from a fair way away, some go to local schools outside of the school. There is a difference between the two main feeder schools. One is more traditional than the other. Dandenong High is a school that was built around the work of Elliot Lassler, big picture schools in America. Yeah, and Elliot Lassler is one of the two founding partners in that. They're very interesting to learn from. We know the work of High Tech Home.
Using the redesigning High Tech High is
High Tech High is in San Diego. High Tech High is the school
with Alan Sam,
say that again?
Alan Sam, Jonathan Butler.
Larry Stenstock, I think is the principal there. They came to the fore because of Opera and Bill Gates go here. Actually, Bill Gates asked Larry what it would cost to roll out this program across America. And he said, you can't do it. He said, no, don't worry about the money. Just tell me how much. He said, you can't do it. You've got to prepare the teachers. So it's about more hands-on, with children taking, students taking more responsibility. And there's a whole stream of tech schools now. But High-Tech High is the one that's probably the most famous school in the world. And they've just made a feature film on it. And they're loaning it out for showings all around the world. You can apply to have a showing of the film. There are two people, one in particular we have a relationship with, an American educator called Bob Perlman, and David Timberberg spoke with before. But Bob Perlman has publicised our school around America. So, and around the world in many ways, because we've had contact from a lot of people overseas. Now, just see it a couple of weeks ago, we got in touch with us, the Alron Farm from England, and they were talking about the George Lucas Foundation contacted us quite recently. There's a group in India, Marathon, and they're big building. They call themselves a family real estate. They're not just a family real estate, they built the biggest, the tallest building in India, and they built a very famous building called Future X. So if you don't remember that, look it up, it's worthwhile looking at it. The lights on it, absolutely good. But the youngest member of the family is involved in building a very, very innovative school. He's searched the world for innovative schools, and he's picked out a whole host of them. And he sent us the document, we didn't know he was doing it, but he includes us along the lines of individual schools, High-Tech High, will run up right next to it. I mean, for me, I've been to High-Tech High. It's very, very impressive. And I was able to get to High-Tech High because of Bob Perlman. He's very close to Dr. Moshe and to Larry in the past. And I had this lady just recently ring me saying they want to build a school in Malaysia, an innovative school in Malaysia, and we talk about partnerships. But I'm struggling to build a school here. It's really hard to make this school continue. One, most of the cultures that are involved here are very traditional cultures. Sudanese culture, the council just say that my child gives you any trouble, you get him quickly over here. That's their method of discipline. And unfortunately, because our school is old, it's full of asbestos. Earlier in the year, they closed down 4 areas of the school. We were in asbestos work. It took us nearly 9 months to get heating over there from our department. We don't have a lot of money. So our kids were spending most of the winter this winter we dressed up in things to be warm, and it's just a nightmare. So we've only got about, I think we've got 28 preps, whereas 2 years ago we had 70 preps. So it's a hard time. And there are teachers in the school who are just not committed to where we're going. So next year will be hopefully a year where we bring in a lot of other young staff who want to be in the school. And they're lucky that we can do that because we have partnership programs with universities that allow their 4th-year students to come in and work throughout the year in our school. And that's where we pick our young staff from. And they'll either want desperately to work in the school. But as these people grow older and they start to have partners and children and that, it can put a lot of expectations on them that are hard to fulfill. I have no middle name. No middle name. Because I can't afford to employ them. So that's what's happening in Victorian schools because they took most of the money out. And there's a strong belief amongst them with regard to the Liberal government that is in power federally, and state level it's the Labor government, but that they see education as the responsibility of industry. Private industry should take over. They'd like to get rid of control of it.
Sorry.
Well, there's a lot of it developing in America. I mean, the Western countries are searching, trying to achieve the results that the Asian countries are achieving in OECD testing, PISA testing, etc. But the Asian countries, they're trying to achieve, and this is John Zhao's work, they're trying to achieve the creativity in that they see coming out of the Western countries. And China desperately, in particular, China ever gets its education system so that they can really cater for their very talented people. So that, they have as many different talented people in China as we have in our country. But they're struggling against cultural problems where although they're trying to break down some of the traditional patterns, it is test scores allow their children to go to the elite schools. And so the provinces actually defy central authorities and often send their children for summer camps and goodness knows what. And so it becomes a really high stakes involvement. And John Zhao publicises, what Asian countries like Singapore are saying. But Singapore for some time, as I said, it must be 10 years since I was over there, when your minister at the time was saying, teachers, learn women. We know, if we teach a lesson, how many kids are not listening to us? That we're not getting through to them. Why should we, and yet, we had a Minister of Education just recently, they changed the Minister of Education. He said, we've got to stop this student-centred learning. Stop student-centred learning. That's his statement, and get back to direct teaching. In Australia. I mean, one thing about Australian teachers, they tend to stop change, but they can also stop stupidity too, because they won't accept it. They defy it. They're not compliant. They might stand up, but they just don't do it. And that's happened for years. In England, they have a very high evaluation process that people who come out from England say, who was an Australian who was leading it, Ofsted, I think they call it, where they go into schools and they test the schools, shut the school down immediately, sack everybody, start up with a new principal and bring in new staff. And this Australian person who was in charge said it could never work in Australia because the teachers couldn't put up with it. But at the same time, the biggest obstacle to innovation is our parents. Because if you've been successful in school, you want the same thing. So that their expectation is the same time, but it's a different world.
multiply by 100 times.
And the other one is teachers who want to be able to say, well, there's my course, this is what I do for the first week, second week, third week, fourth week. Next year I can do the same thing. And it happens. It happens. And people will come along and say, and we've had it even here, where people will come into the school and say, we've planned our first term. So you plan it now. So how do you know that the children, that's what the children need? Well, just recently I got an invitation to, through the Bill Gates Foundation and the Sutton Foundation in England. They brought educators from around the world to Washington DC. And I was talking to two young teachers and I was so excited. And they were excited that for the first time, just recently, the state authorities had allowed them to have a say in how long they would spend on the topic. Because up until that time, they had been allocated a certain length of time to teach a certain amount of work. So you have 2 days to teach this math. At the end of those 2 days, you moved on to the next one, irrespective of who learned it in one day or who didn't learn it at all. And they were really excited about that. Now, that's just ridiculous. That in the 21st century, we don't understand that the children will learn at different paces.
So that is two teachers, they are from US.
Yeah, they were both young teachers that have been chosen out because there was good potential in it, and they were representing America. But the international countries that I spoke to, and particularly those that were in the bus going back to the airport after the 2-day conference, were very disappointed. So Gates is a little bit on developing a system. We have two sayings that underpin our school, and they take them from George Betts. And it is change the system, not the child, and do things with children, not children. And they stayed with us since 1997. One of my staff has been doing a PhD, so she works part-time. She's actually resigned just recently from this school, and she's going to work more in the university sector. But in the past, she's been going to Singapore to teach mathematics to your mathematics. And she said to your teachers, why do you ask us to come and teach you mathematics when you're top of this? And the answer back from the mathematics teachers is that when we employ a mathematician, we have to go outside the country. Because the kids don't want to be mathematicians. You know, it's so drilled into them that it's not something that excites them. They don't want to be mathematicians for the rest of their life. We have a lot of people with ICT who apply for jobs, and you get so many of them who come out of India with master's degrees. There's no practical application of what we've learned. It's all book knowledge.
Right, thank you.
No, right. Only makes me feel old.
All right,
No worries. Yes?
Thank you for spending more with us. It's been a very enriching time for us. Our interaction is very good. We get a lot of
As I said, you're welcome to shoot through, get it up. Find some lunch.
Yeah, that's it. It should be all there we go. But for me, so we're on the street. Okay, man. Oh gosh, it's you that is. What? You know what cuties? What? This is so.
I was trying to add the other one.
One second.
Oh, yeah. That one is ready. I guess the one is same to the
Is that a good one?
Any guys? Take my food.
Can you
grab the? The trolley in here, not this one, the black and white one. Can you bring it out here, or we're going to set it up? Yeah, I think it was Mr. Lyon.
Oh, yeah. So now I can send them up from the.
Get the junk off it. Here, got it. I want to show you something. there. But it's more easy. Here you go. Wait, here. Here we go. Okay. Yes. Put it down with the first. Okay. Next. It's PG, right? Yeah. It's installed. No, this one. Could you stop doing that? I didn't even realize it started. Wow, what's the see what we got to. It's such a good game to take over. 2 other games. It's just Call of Duty. I'm looking at it's called I'm playing. Why not?
Disappeared.
Talks disappeared.
What are you guys doing?
Good. We found roller coaster tycoon.
Alright, so we're gonna do.
Roller coaster tycoon. Look, come. Cool.
What's that? Unit, this,
This one just said good.
no, Miss Widow and someone else. Someone else is doing animation as well.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, it was a
Okay.
I'm gonna take this here. Look, good. It's done.
What we need
Look.
is.
Roller coaster tycoon. Uninstall it for down. Why don't we have I wonder why don't we have roller coaster tycoon now computers anymore? You started with computers. Yeah, dude. Next. Next. When it's finished, I think you'll come up and get it loaded. You know why you got people? Because it's PG. No. It's not why. Yes. It was not PG to G at school. It's PG. No.
On the story mode.
Yeah. Well, have you even seen the story line? Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to watch it. It costs money. Junk. Okay. It's music. Music. Yeah, let's listen to some music. Oh, music.
Can you?
No. What's what listen to? No. Kieran, you got so much good stuff in there. We shall use them.
Yeah, well, a lot of it we probably need to update a little bit on. But
With the robot, why didn't you use the robot? Yeah. That's the robot.
It's busted. Who busted it? Wow. Good and
You
broken.
got some big ideas.
I think so. I'm checking now. Me too. I'm on edgy stuff. What do you ask? I'm on edgy stuff. Hey Kieran, did you know those boys are still in there?
Who's in there? Who's in there?
Riley and Logan. No. Not Riley.
What?
Riley and Logan. Yeah, Riley and Logan.
Can you open the door for us, sir?
Yeah, they have been in there for like a whole day. Yeah, right. They should go out. No, Kieran wants you.
Yeah.
Kieran wants you. Kieran wants you. Kieran wants you. Kieran wants you.
What are you guys doing in there?
We're trying to make it work from home.
Huh?
Trying to make it work.
A hologram. Okay. Have you spoken to someone or anyone to be there this afternoon?
No, she knows. I asked her this morning if I could help.
Yeah, I know, that was this morning, not this afternoon. So I don't want to, like, I just want you guys to be out, but
You have to have to go. You don't have to.
I don't want you to get in trouble.
I hear it. I'm stressing.
Is anyone else in there?
No.
Alright, can you guys just photo us?
Yeah.
And then I'll get this going. Can you two dismiss to Lion and make sure he gets this? Awesome.
Darren, you can.
No, go together, please. And then.
Can you make sure, can you do us a favor?
Keep this?
Nobody has to.
Sure.
Nobody has, oh! You open can be. Oh, right. Okay. Wait. Wait, how do you get out? Wait, you have to wait until it's finished loading the quick game. Why is it finished? No, before it's this much. Oh, Kieran, none of the teachers are there. All the teachers are in the ballet thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, can you just put it up in his room, like
Yeah,
the other ones? Cool.
No, Mr. Lion is doing his class. Mr. Lion's doing his class. Yes, he is. We can find this line all the kids. They all have do. All the way up there. Yes, but that's Mr. Lion. Really? She'll understand.
Yeah, I saw you guys get in trouble with that.
No, she knows where. What? Why does she like for some people? Did I? Look, we got one. Like she because she will know where we are. She'll know we're helping you. But then we have to find out where we have to. Kieran, could you make sure nobody's up there?
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna sit there and we're going to.
Come on, let's go. Okay.
We're gonna do a few things. But yeah, do that, then come back.
Come on. Bless you. Bless you.
Thanks, buddy.
Here it is. Okay. Never mind. Okay.
I need your guys' help. So actually, you can research it there for me. But we need a Google Apps extension, so a Chrome extension that can take photos or even stop animation with the webcam.
So
Nah, come out, both of you come out. Not clear. Okay. Should all be out here. Logan, you come out. Grab a couple of the Vinci laptops and we'll set up right here.
I never lost it to it.
Okay?
It's easier there because then no one comes in. No one comes in and like everything
So you quote unquote helping you do this and then want to do what you want. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, we're helping you by improving the reputation of the school. We're trying to have the first school to make a working hologram.
That'd be cool. But we need a
I bring all.
working trolley first before we do that.
I bring all the kids to the school.
Okay, I want to do is a Chrome extension that does stop animation and or just takes photos. Setting this up. Do you want to set this up? Do you want me to do it?
Okay, I'll do it.
Nah, do it. Yeah. That's an end. That's an end. So, yeah. Just about. Sit on the trolley. Yeah.
It's called webcam frame.
Maybe is it through?
Yep.
Is it an extension?
No, but it's an app. It's a Chrome app.
Oh yeah.
Okay, looking.
Yeah. Send us through a link. Link. You guys find the Chrome extension. It a Chrome extension that takes video. It takes screenshot. No. Yeah. Yeah.
It took like 2 years to like create a bunch of stuff. And now that they have shit, they can put it in like they have multiple copies of it. So like there's 36 different types of toast.
Wow, really? Things not so it's like French toast.
Yeah, like we actually cracks and make one.
Whoa.
It's like a 3D printer. It actually teaches you how to recipes.
Wow, that's crazy. What the hell?
So like it's something toast and like.
That's so cool. So was this in like a 20% time? So is this in 20% time? Or yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
you know that cineca, like how it makes it tea before you wake up? It's like that. It actually like, it's just you have to leave the bread on it and like, oh. It's straight, and like you push the toast into the toaster.
Wow.
So like before you wake up, it's just wake up.
That's so good.
Like, you know the offer, you want to get dinner the snack and something, right?
Yeah. It's just the nicest expensive. This is Charles, right?
And now, these are like those things. Oh my God, please. All of that. Yeah. That is the you.
What do you guys are going to put the shoulder?
It's gonna be doing the last. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, that's easy. That's easy.
Alright, so you want to set up this trolley. So we're going to release it as cloud ready software report. Cloud ready. Well, it's better as a Chrome OS. It's not just the screen code. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Alright. Okay, so we're going to install to boot off this USB. Let's go into it, we're going to install it. Give us a shout out to the screen. I'll show you what to do. Just going to find the camera that we can attach to the top of it.
Okay. Ready? Here, what do you do?
Yeah, cool. We've already done it for the ones. This is we're going to set this up on this trolley as a stop motion trolley.
Here. Okay, I already plugged in.
Okay. You got it in? Wicked. All right. That should be small. Wicked. I don't know. So, yeah. So we want it straight down. So we don't put that in right. Yeah. This is the one actually clips, but I mean that one. Yeah.
What I didn't get it. You're shooting down. What's the camera going to be looking at?
People that like animations on like a flat thing.
Oh, could it?
Yeah. And then so like there's a video of the change and then stick with it.
How easy if you like get the
Well, not quite pivot. It's like is it Lennon was it you that was going to make this stop motion choice there? No. Was it you? So basically, got kind of go cut out stuff.
Well, the animation is like
Yeah, kind of, but like, no, they've actually drawn stuff, so they kind of cut it out and then put it down. Or like animation. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, it doesn't let you like not have that logo experience. So they do. It's an Instagram. So what happened to that other little camera? I click on one and we'll use it.
I'm trying to get like a survival one. So we try
Oh, really? This one?
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to use this one. This is the picture on my head and then find it. Where that? Yeah. Yeah.
It's colored. What's that? I don't get it. Come on, Dad.
This is, yeah, they're not sure going to us. Yeah, probably right there. Alright, let me check that back in. And then we'll try with this on top. Yeah, right now, all of it.
This one.
It's not. You're off of this one.
You play that. What part two? Look at top. Can you do it? And top. And top. Did that? You done that.
So, okay. So, go ahead.
There was some point that yeah,
Now let's open this up.
there was a website that was used to create last year, 2 years ago. Help you make like animation, like you did a big photo.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. I want to find the extension, does it get one frame extension?
There was one. They did not want this photo. Oh, now one time. Oh, one time now. Yeah. Yes. Try. No, you have to make close. Okay. Now, shift to the next. Okay. I'll go back. Ready? Set. What? Oh, no. Oh, my freak. Now, it's up. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. 101 more. Now we're going to go. Oh, that's hot.
That's what I'm trying to look at. Why I'm small. Oh, you want no. I didn't think of that. What do you have to do? See? Go down. Oh my god, I flipped. I got it. I didn't have it. I just get down. Go back. Not flip. Maybe put it up on that. What? Oh, yes, yeah. Oh, no, you pick up the one, switch space to like intro. Ready? How do you grab it? Press space. Like, again. No, you just press the space. Then you go to the top. Then you go up. Then you go yeah. Oh, that's space. Oh my god. Can we just why? Yeah, so I didn't need one. That is that. No! Please, no. It's nice. It's you. Oh my god. Did you see that flash? Face, no, Sarah. Face, not face. I think it's just really. Yes, really stuff. Really stuff. We need it one time. Oh, shoot. Oh, we did sport there. We did sport.
Was that the safety display? Oh, good.
We did sport there. That's like sport. I'm not.
I am. Yeah.
Cool. I got you alright.
Actually, it said it's fine. Inside on straight to it. Doesn't matter. So if you're doing that, it's like a time thing, or this week, or next week. Hi guys, I need your help. We're gonna set this up. I want to, guys, hello. I'm gonna set this up, and I need to make a video, a how-to video for the teachers on how to use it. Stop it.
How to use the blood.
Yeah. So I'm gonna
Let's start. Oh, this is so hard. This is so hard.
Hey dude. Watch out to.
The width is so hard. That's not width. Okay, this is right. This way.
Yeah.
Oh, hi. Hi. Hi.
Yes.
Let's do it right. Yeah. What do you? Oh no. Oh, look. Do you want me to try number 18? Okay. 18 to do it. Yeah. 18. Okay. We're gonna be trying. First, once we get to the 18, it's going to
The which? So it's this RSV. You need to talk to RSV. But you guys can get on there as well.
So I believe should we again.
Actually, just wait a second. Let's get it set up. Nah, it's to shoot the animals. It's okay, don't move. It's just, the idea is that it stays still. So, see what you can. Awesome, I think I've sent 3 people to do it. Some people forget. It's certainly true.
You're not in competition, man. No, it's
What is that, Joe? Can you bring up the Royal Society news article show just so you get an idea.
Really, you got it from off. You know what? All of it.
Do you remember what the software is?
Is it hard to animate the window? It's really scary. Oh,
I think we should try for camera.
You can't even cover it.
That's
not how you say it. I think that's how this feels.
So yeah, we expected one day.
I'm not telling
Because it's a good something to make program for pretty sure it was. Yeah, no, it's It was such cool with technology. Good luck. Yeah, maybe. Yes. Because but this one, we might be able to just add another extension. Yeah, Is that the
so I will say,
yeah. Yeah, well, that's the thing, but they, like, even the Vinci, like, starts scratching, like, it's stuff, there's no way to sort of save it because it gets blocked. It's tough. We can do it through POD to test on
so I can see things where my people have to say things that
yeah, well, that's what I do. Video too. Oh, that's so good.
in the extra. Why did you take my laptop?
Just do it. Oh my goodness.
Yes, thank you.
Monkey door. That's the, yeah, I'll say that. Yes. 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 Oh, Lisa, really cool. Come on, let's go. Oh my God. Oh, no. That's not even. Let's see what happens. Oh my God. I love it. What's your name? I love space. This is so tiny. Isn't this the like how to get in my side? Like, isn't this how they are? Are they bigger?
Unfortunately. What do you got to learn? Yeah, probably got it.
On. Dito. On. Go. Bigyan mo tayo. Mom, David, say confidence. Hey. No, I'm good. I can't. Let it can't be cut. Whoa. I put the ice ball on my pen. Little bit. Stop. Stop. Yeah. I have the gloss. Okay. Oh, pop it. Pop it. Oh, yes. Stop controlling. Who did it? Oh, that's pretty cool house, right? It's like this vicious house. Now let's see tomorrow. You can talk. You don't talk about it. What's happening to your computer in there? Let's go to the computer then.
WPPS.
Here.
Hi, Kieran, how are you? I don't know, I think it's tomorrow, Kieran.
See you, buddy. Thanks, dude. Sounds like fun. Practice. It's not a. I like your style, but. Come on, guys, very good. Alright, check. Can you put these computers back in the thing? And that one? Yeah,
I'm already tired.
still on. Still on.
Would all Mr. Maxwell floor players be waiting him under the rotunda, or would Mr. Maxwell floor players be waiting him under the rotunda?
Yes, please.
Let's go.
Let somebody look at it. Let's go.
Guys, next time, tomorrow to school, we'll be looking at shutdown computers working. Goodbye.
See you guys.
Aria,
I'll see you Friday.
what are these?
Au revoir.
See y'all.
Nah, I think that's all, buddy. Thanks for that.
Joey Miller, please go to Article Care. Isabella Oakley and Olivia Armstrong, could you please come to the office? Isabella Oakley and Olivia Armstrong. Miss Lucy, could you please come to the office? Miss Lucy. Lucy and Rosie, could you please come to the office? Lucy. Sarah Shakhan, could you please go to the grade 1 unit? Sarah Shakhan, please return to grade 1. Nathan Jarvis, could you please come to the office? Nathan Jarvis.
know that you're not going to do the swap. Okay? Because otherwise it's going to happen every week. Yeah.
kids, you know you've got 3 kids in your head. I always just stick it there and then I get tired. Just pulls them out. Just a, you know, case you go to the shops and
Good afternoon, everyone. The consultative committee meeting is in the documentation room today. Thank you.
Yeah.
you.